Sorry about the false start a little bit earlier. So, while I'm loading the game, I woke up this morning and my eyes were killing me. I found out actually. So the long story short of this is that I have somewhat sensitive skin, so I normally get the appropriate shaving cream and whatnot. What I didn't know is that apparently that can also happen to your eyes. So I was in a lot of pain this morning. I'm still not feeling 100%. And I've spent most of the day in bed, so I'm feeling quite lightheaded. And then on top of that, it does seem like not only is my video card dying, but for any given game, it is entirely possible that it will crash midstream. So I literally just went onto Amazon and bought a video card, which is an expense I really wasn't anticipating, but that's what credit's for, I suppose. No, it's going to be a bit rough on the stream, I think, for the next little while. And I'm just going to do my best with what we have. Hopefully that will be back within the week, and then we can move on. But I have been looking forward to getting back to Six Ages, and there have been a few things that have stopped me from kind of going back to it. And then when I do get a chance to go into it, it's not necessary. It's kind of a target of opportunity, so I'm not able to sort of make a joyful noise and whatnot. But we are coming back to it now. I had again, just maybe it's worth mentioning. Kit Fox Games, which is a lovely Canadian company, published this, and particularly Victoria Tran, their community manager and blogger and otherwise all-around sort of provider of good attitudes and pleasant comments, reached out. In fact, it's one of the things where I was really, really busy when I got this key originally, but as I said before, Victoria is incredibly pleasant to deal with in email, and it really does make a difference. I'm sure being nice that is something that is worth it on its own. But it is also one of these things where obviously I am more inclined to play something that, one, already looks interesting to me, but number two, when it comes from someone who, you have a little bit of rapport with, you have an idea in terms of whether or not they know what works for you and whatnot. So in some ways, because it's been more sporadic, my coverage of this, I feel like I haven't done as well by Kit Fox as they have to me in terms of giving me this key, but this stream will hopefully remedy that. So we'll be picking up from the last time that I played. So we're playing Star Dancer, Indiga 18, early sea season. Wow, it's October? That doesn't seem right. During the Turbulent Gods War, there are opportunities for humans to change the world forever. All right. So, if I recall, we have actually had a really hard time of things with this tribe. So, this is a really neat game in terms of... So I never got to play King of Dragon Pass, and I think the changes to Mac OS might mean that I'm not able to play King of Dragon Pass. I'm going to have to double check that. But my tribe here has fallen on hard times. We have a number of sick and wounded. We've lost quite a few battles. And just generally, I've been mismanaging things. So we had a good start, and then it sort of came tumbling down. And I think this is one of the things that's maybe the most interesting about this game here, is that I don't quite know yet whether or not it's one of these ones where you're sort of supposed to have these mountains and valleys of events that you maybe fall for a little bit, but then you come back stronger than ever, and things or if maybe I've just put myself into a situation where we'll be extinct and there's nothing else. In which case, that's fine. We'll just get a chance to play this game again. But it's been really neat. I mean, there's a lot going on inside of this, so there's a bunch of events that come up, and you need to make some decisions in terms of how you're going to react to them, and you don't necessarily know ahead of time what the right choice is. This might be something that's easier for people who are more familiar with the game. Maybe they have an easier time with those. But right now we're going to be focused on sort of rebuilding our tribe. That's going to mean morale, although I think morale will follow from some successes. And clearly we need to be getting our military back. So first of all, Indiga says we should complete preparing our clan hall. So let's get that out of the way right now. Oh, hang on. We can't do that because we need goods, and we don't have goods. Consecrate the hall with a sacrifice worth at least 10 cows. Well, that we can do. Andila sacrificed a horse, 3 cows, and gold plaques worth 3 cows, and then led the priests and priestesses in spinning in sacred smoke. She had a vision of our ancestors, presenting our gifts to Elmal, Nyalda, Gamari, and Halor. The gods praised their generosity, and Busanari, Gamari, and Yurdara in particular gave their blessing to our pastures. Then the ancestors told Yandala that she would have to ride a treacherous path that led to a future they could not see. One of the women heard an odd sound and found that the Mostali mill was cranking of its own accord. She couldn't see it grinding anything, but it was soon obvious that the problems with our food production had been somehow dealt with. Cool. If we finished our clan hall, we could perform another venture every year. Okay, so goods are going to be a pretty high priority. Hey, otters hold hand. Yes! I knew everybody would be happy to see 6 Ages again. Otters hold hands. I mean, I think this is a very... I know what you're trying to say. I think it's a very pretty game in terms of just the overall look. The art style is really unique, and I don't know. It definitely gets the imagination going. But I think you were talking about the individual character. But yeah, so again, our aim here is going to be trying to rebuild, and of course, this will mean warriors as well as pastors and whatnot. So, we will be able to recover some by tending to the sick and wounded. Full-time elite warriors fight with lance and sword. They require a horse and annual gifts worth 1 cow. Yeah, 6 swords are wounded. We could heal them instead. We're able to raise 6 warriors. All right. Word reaches you that the Tor Ashday are trying to make you the laughingstock of the valley. They've composed a song mocking you as pretenders to Elmal's inner circle. We can conduct a battle raid, we can sneak into their lands and burn some of their chariots, we can perform a taxing ritual to lay a curse on them, we can convince another clan to raid them on your behalf, or we can leave them alone for now. So, during crop season, small missions are best. Oops. Raven would love to lay a green eye curse on them, but afterwards we will have to rest. Casting a Dull Blade Curse will make it harder to call on Elmal's war magic for a while. Casting the Closed Throat Curse will make it harder to call on Akarna's gift of smooth talking for a while. We worship the same gods. They will not take it well if we send Divine Wrath on them. And who is this again? This is a... Okay. We do not wear swords and carry bows in order to better suffer insults, and curses will dampen their mockery, but it could escalate into a feud. Alright. I am somewhat inclined to... So again, we need the lighter work. I think, being portrayed as pretenders, probably getting other people to do our dirty work for us is maybe not the right call. So in this case, let's sneak onto their lands and burn some of their chariots. Who leads the party? Now, I think it... Oh, so it says food. It's a little surprising. I was thinking maybe it would be combat would be the best. I wonder why it says food. I'm just trying to get an idea in terms of the different... Alright, let's try with Doran. How many others join it? Who commands if a fight breaks out? Yeah, Kaldurka is definitely going to do the fighting. We burned 3 of their precious chariots, each one of which was expensive to make. They would not be singing that song again. Okay, so we're all right. We're doing okay as far as as far as that event was concerned. Let's start working on healing people if I can. I'm also trying to remember exactly what all of the... Right, so I think it's magic that allows us to... So we already have the healing shrine. Build a shrine to get a permanent bronzing. I was under the impression we already had this shrine, though. There are always a few wounded or sick people. We don't need to ask Orisa to make everyone better. Nothing else comes to mind. As we spin, we should sacrifice at least 7 cows worth as a fitting gift. We have many wounded. A larger sacrifice of goods worth at least 10 cows would be a good idea. See, goods are very rare, but for me. But I think I am going to go for the 10 goods here. Orisa healed 15 of our wounded. Uh-oh. We're now being raided by the Northern Wheels. There are 14 chariots with another 109 on foot. The arrow stones warned us, and 20 swords and 84 of our bows met them. Alright. We'll try and drive them off, and we're going to spend all of the magic. So we do have... So we do have an advantage in terms of our elites, but in this case I do need to whittle down their numbers, so let's skirmish. We shot at the Northern Wheels as they performed some sort of ritual. The Northern Wheel Kingdom bows took on a radiant glow. So in this case, let's maneuver. While the Northern Wheels tried to hold us off with missiles, we used the terrain to our advantage and fell on their flanks. Let's get Kaldurka to do her thing. Let Kaldurka have her day. Kaldurka feels the might of Asara filling her and spots a chance for personal heroism. Take out as many wheel footmen as possible. Kaldurka charged into a mass of Northern Wheels and her flashing sword carved a bloody path. Her steed struck out as well. By the way, again, I really like this art style. Again, we'll do clever movements because our numbers aren't quite where they need to be, so... Ooh, that was a devastating one. They attacked wildly, rattling death carts driving us back. Suddenly, it seemed that they might win, and Darrow said that it was hard to tell if their war leader was capable. Serve the strength. Nope. They fought so fiercely that we had no opportunity to cast healing magic. It was soon over. Wow, we really blew that. It was a brief but bloody battle. Their combat magic dealt us a mighty blow. We were so disorganized that we had to give way. The Northern Wheels made off with 19 cows and 22 horses. They took 17 cows worth of loot. It would have been worse without our fortifications. Due to their prompt healing, our auxiliaries saved 2 warriors from dying and bandaged 3 of the wounded. But I have a feeling we're even worse than we were before. So many people are sick or wounded. They're unable to work. Sacrificing to Arista should be our first priority. Yeah, but easier said than done. What if we do ritual? No. So again, we'll do for the 10 on healing. Arissa chose not to heal our wounded. Kimka noted that no worshipper of Arissa served on the circle, which would have made the sacrifice easier. We had not conducting rituals during the sacred time to make sacrificing easier, and Arissa didn't prefer an animal sacrifice. We need the help of the gods to ensure people are fed. We do have sufficient food for now, but that won't last if we don't take action. I reckon the clan will eat more than we produce during the year ahead. We should ask for Dostal's sure-shot blessing. First we need to sacrifice for mysteries to learn it. Alright. I think I'm probably going to lose this, but... The Arrowstone clan, who are your allies, send emissaries to request your participation in a mission to hunt down and drive off a roving band of Ifitheli raiders. These people are rams, but not from the valley. They hail from one of the 4 storm kingdoms to the south. It is bad enough that our neighbors steal our cattle. These interlopers must be shown that we are not their prey. Send warriors. The Arrowstone hunters led us to the raiders' Screwblade's hideaway and the battle began. Hesitation by the Arrowstone war leader put us at an immediate disadvantage. After 5 of our warriors were slain and another 5 wounded, we fled, as did the Arrowstones. We lost as many horses as men. Many wounded. Again, I'm gonna just try and recruit as many as I can. Promoted our most promising. Although the Owl Spirit took an oath to help us, we have not asked it to. It would be happy to listen to our offer. A bedraggled family of Yeleni, 24 of them in all, appears on your border, begging to be adopted into your clan. The Yeleni live to the northwest, meagerly subsisting by hunting and foraging. They get their magic from spirits, the most powerful of which is a carrion-eating entity called King Vulture. The Yeleni language shows signs of kinship to yours. With some struggle, you can make out what they are saying. We were sky people like you once, they say, before whirlwinds and lightning smashed our city and sent us into the wilds. Save for Urdur the Thresher, we had to leave our ancestral gods behind, but you kept touch with the solar gods. We beg you to take us in so that we can become who we once were and prosper. So in this case, we're going to accept them just because we need the numbers at this point. So, although let's take a quick. People know Dostal, but they must have some hunting tricks we don't know. Another clan may thank us for sending them their way. If we adopt wandering hunters, as we did in the past, we'll gain a little magic. Inella knows all the foraging secrets. We need no help from bird worshippers, and if we send them to a clan that deals in slaves, they could well be sold into bondage. We will agree. We set about teaching them our ways. They showed us tricks of hunting and foraging we did not know. Alright, so again, I would love to get rid of... I'd love to help with the wounded, but in this case, we're in a bit of trouble as far as recovering people because we need goods, and we're not very good at generating goods right now. So, let's see if Fireflower wants... Jade cults like us best and the Sunbows like us least. Half of my goods. Let's try it. Ah, we wasted it. Alright. Your emissary, Lirai, nears the Fireflower village. Propose an alliance. Your emissary, Larai, journeys to a Fireflower Terry to propose an alliance. How does she make her approach? No clan is strong without allies. Do you offer additional gifts? No. They said we have made a persuasive case, but they are worried about ill omens. Alright. I was hoping that we'd be able to open some kind of a trading route, but I think I got this wrong. So, you fight Ernost, a member of your council whose guiding spirit is Raven the Trickster. In your wildlands, tormenting a captured charioteer. You came just in time to watch me gouge his eyes, he says, hopping in delight. The charioteer from the Paral Un clan alternatively begs for mercy and threatens you with his people's wrath. When asked why he is doing this, Ernost replies, Raven grew thirsty, so I drew this one here in a cloud of confusion. Right. You may wish to avert your gaze as I finish the job. Halar abandoned the practice of ritual blinding. Raven brought it back. Our people will not like what Ernost intends to do. Free the poor wretch, Ernost. You've got to go. Ernost intends to send him back to his people tortured and blinded. Ernost, you should instead be capturing and blinding trolls, and his clan inclined our way. Ernost chose his target poorly. Yeah, free him and remove him from the council. The captive expressed gratitude, but we could tell that he would sing another tune when safely back among his people. Ernost said that Raven's cruel tricks would now be played on us. Hey, already have been. Alright, so one of the problems that we ran into was we don't have an Irissa. We don't have an Irissa worshipper, so our options are Kimka. Oh, looks like that's all of it, actually. And she is Zarant family. So let's see if Ernost is anywhere on the... Yes, so it was the Desano family. I don't think there are any other... Oh, yep, there are a couple more. But I think the Irissa connection is better. So good, very good, fair, good, good. Yeah, so not exactly the best traits, but our forages do better while I sit on the clan circle. You're hired. As soon as I figure out how to... No! What are you doing? Oh. So she was already on the... Am I going crazy? Oh, here we go. So yeah, wrong person. The circle needs to reflect healing as well as death. With 3 children, we sent to the Four Drum clan for training... Sorry, the 3 children we sent to the Four Drum clan have... the 3 children we sent to the Four Drum clan for training have returned. Though they are not yet of age, they say the gods taught them how to master their fire powers. Oh, Jesus. Alright. I think at this point we need to do survival. Now, magic didn't help us that much last time, but we're being raided by rams. Many of their battle cries sound like Jandari, so that must be who they are. There are 127 of them. Luckily, our patrol saw them in time. 14 swords and 78 bows met them. So let's start with a ritual. Battle glow to fire your forces to win. Fire hoof allowing horses to fight with you, or strongbow to pierce the armor, even when skirmishing from a distance. Let's start with that. As our priests completed the ritual, our bows began to glow. Meanwhile, our warriors grew more and more uneasy at the Jandari war whoops. So let's try skirmishing again, although it sounds like we are a bit scared. Our arrows took a toll on the Jandari as they performed some sort of ritual. The storm clouds began to loose rain, and our archers cursed. Backed by the strongbow ritual, our skirmishing clearly rattled their confidence. Let's do an evasion here. Jari charged into us before we could pull back. Let's try for a clever fight. Not too good. Several warriors suddenly flew into our ranks, catching us by surprise. The battle began to swing their way, and Darrow said that he would have a hard time matching the enemy war leader. Let's try waiting for opportunities. I think that may be the wrong choice. Let's hope. Oh. They attempted to fight cleverly, but were not ready for mounted tactics. The battle began to swing our way. Let's conserve the strength on this. They waited for an opportunity, but we gave them none. It was soon over. All right. The battle went on and on. Our magic overwhelmed theirs. We drove the Jandari off, and we were happy to have survived the battle. Aided by the white goddess Irissa, our auxiliaries kept 2 warriors from dying and bandaged 4 of the wounded. Right. Although clans often make sure every family has a seat on the circle, this is not a requirement. If we finished our clan hall, we could perform another venture each year. Yeah, working on it. People are fairly open-minded these years. We have an exploring magic bonus because Zarlin blessed us with a fulfilled omen. Our people would be healthier if we had a shrine to Irissa. We have way too many sick and wounded. Sacrificing to Irissa should be our first priority, then build her a shrine, and we should be troubled how unhappy our people are. Right. I think the caravan was what I... need to remember who I last visited. I think it was Fordrum. We tried to get a... Oh, looks like we already have a route. So, I suppose we can try Greywing or Tor Ashta if we haven't done them yet. Alright. Clearly I've been busy on my trading. Jade Colt, Flame Singer, or Black Spear. An enormous flock of ravens, much larger than usually seen, descends on your lands. Though some react with fear, Urnost, a shaman who maintains a special connection to the great trickster spirit Raven, calls this a very positive omen. Raven has blessed me, granting me the power to perform a useful trick on another clan. What shall it be? We can trick another clan into forgiving a slight, trick another clan into giving you treasure, trick another clan into giving you cows, or trick another clan into thinking you've done them a favor. Trick no one. I think if I'm going to be getting, if I'm going to take advantage of the ability, I would say treasure would be best. I don't like the sound of this. Most treasure are worth 50 cows or more. They are on a trip. This can't go wrong. If we trick someone out of property, they might figure it out later. That's actually a decent point, but let's try the treasure. Oh, Jesus, this is a tough one, because I can't remember who hates me. I'm trying to remember if any of these... they owe us a favor. Okay, here we go. They keep slave. Okay, Sunbow hates us. Sunbow it is. Do your shamans grant Ernost ritual aid? Sure. Ernost adulterated their drink with seeds from the generosity plant. Before we knew it, a Sunbow delegation showed up to deliver the spoke-shattering bell, a treasure they said we deserved. They summarized it. Strike this instrument after you defeat wheels to increase their fear of you. Alright, so, last year 26 babies were born and we initiated 12 children as adults. Your clan has one more person, 62 fewer head of cattle, and 40 fewer horses than we did last sacred time. Our crafters produced 37 cows worth of goods. Our market made a profit of 39 cows worth of goods. Maintaining our shrines took 14 cows and goods worth 28 cows. Our priests sensed that other clans would form bad opinions of us no matter how generous we were, and we are now known for adopting outsiders. How you doing, Dordox? I don't think long time no stream. I've been pretty consistent in terms of my Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but I am currently experiencing problems with my video card, so things are doing okay. So I think health, crafts. I am tempted to put more into the generation of food, but standing with rider clans is good. We have spirit indifference because we taxed our shamans while granting aid to Raven. Ritual magic will make it easier to us to ask Elmal and some of the other gods to share their mysteries. Many people are sick, devote some of our magic to health rituals, then as soon as we can build a shrine to Orisa. Often it's better to concentrate our magic in a few areas. Of course, all rituals are useful, and leave a few points in reserve. This can help boost all sorts of magic during the year. So let's... Surprised this got a sequel after so many years? And the funny thing is, Karn, I never played the original. I think I might have told this story before. So, the first global game jam I went to, there was the prompt was transmission, and we were talking about, I actually really liked that prompt because, oh, congratulations. So good luck with the end of the semester, and I hope you have a good time at PAX. The thing I really like that theme or that subject because, you know, you can do a lot with it. You can talk about transmission from a car. You can talk about the transmission of disease, transmission of ideas. There's lots of different ways that you can play around. Okay. There's lots of different ways that you can work with the transmission idea, and we were talking about it, and then kind of out of nowhere, I had this idea, and this is gonna sound like, now that I've played 6 Ages, you guys are gonna roll your eyes, but I had not heard of King of Dragon Pass when this had come up, but basically, we were talking around. I said, "Hey, hang on a second. What if we're talking about transmissions from the divine?" So you play... We'd been kicking around a few other ideas in the team, and basically this... It's like, okay, so you've got transmissions from the divine. Let's say that you play a prophet, okay? And you've got people come to you with different... people come to you with their problems. And you will, you'll have a few different options in terms of what their recommendations are. And these problems will be everything from, I'm thinking about marrying this person, I don't know if I can provide for them, so on and so forth, to some of them being really trivial ones, like, what do you want for dinner? And the whole idea about this was... some of the decisions would be very ordinary ones, and it would just kind of cause these immediate responses in terms of the overall well-being of the tribe. Others would be these very big momentous decisions that wound up kind of having long-term effects for the survival of the tribe, and then some of them would become sort of these religious doctrines, and you wouldn't necessarily know which one would be important, although all of your decisions had the potential of becoming a kind of a commandment in the end. And then the overall arc of this would be whether or not your tribe sort of survived into history. The end would basically be your final vision would be what happened to your tribe, and would they be sort of one of these archaeological mysteries where people are kind of uncovering these strange beliefs that this group had, or would you be someone that sort of survived into the future? And so part of what was driving that was the idea that, you have the Pythagoreans and things like that, and you've got this math cult, but then you have like these lines seemingly out of nowhere, abstain from beans. So I kind of wanted to create this possibility of, your prophet saying to someone like, hey, what do you want for dinner? Not beans! And that wound up being the commandment that goes on, this tribe will never have beans. And then ultimately it would be, do you find sort of this old tattered thing in a dump somewhere, from an extinct civilization, or is this sort of a world-shaping religion that wound up formed? So, of course, now that I have played 6 Ages, I'm like, oh, actually, this seems really... It's, like, not nearly as complicated because it's a game jam game, but I'm like, it turns out that a game like that already existed, and I just didn't play it. But as soon as I did a couple of rounds of this... As soon as I did a couple of rounds of this, I'm like, oh, this is a really neat game. Like, this is nothing like what I... definitely nothing like what I imagined that game jam game would be. The one thing that did discourage me about it was one of the participants was like, what, so that's like some kind of a joke? And I'm just thinking to myself, I was like, well, yeah, the examples I gave are humorous, and like, is it so bad to make people like smile? But apparently, no, that was beyond the pale. And so, like, with an attitude like that, it's perhaps unsurprising that the group never actually finished a project, which I was slightly... I mean, I ultimately went with what, as far as we could with it, but it's a little discouraging when people just immediately shoot down ideas because they're not super serious. So, anyways... Our caravan is back from the Flamesingers. The Flamesinger traders were pleased to receive the first caravan we'd sent to them. We traded 5 horses for 27 cows worth of goods. The Flamesinger traders were pleased to get horses from a different herd. We could not afford to make the proper sacrifices to Anila, and our shrine has fallen into disrepair. Currently, maintaining our shrines and temples takes 14 cows and 28 cows worth of goods each year. We just had a very friendly visit from some Arrowstone emissaries. They were particularly interested in advice on calving and cheese making. They also gave gifts before leaving. It's good to have allies like the Arrowstones. A delegation from the Four Drums arrives to ask you for a pledge of betrothal. They want Ivatu, the young girl of your clan who gained early fire magic, to wed one of their young men when both are of age. She has completed her training with them. They offer the standard bride price of 10 cows. So the people will like it if we wait and consider what Ivatu wants. We should marry into another family of this clan so she can fight as one of us always. We can always use more livestock. If Ivatu's magic makes her special, we can get more for her bride price than 10 cows. Ivatu understands the rules of bride price. She might have set a few things on fire when she was younger, but will go along with us on this. With her mighty magic, we deserve a larger than usual bride price, and we've not slighted them, so they might ally with us. Let's go for the better bride price. Well, actually, so people will like it if we wait. I think we'll actually do the wait on this one because I do need the morale improvements. So they said that they understood, for they too wanted what would bring Ivatu happiness. These guys look decidedly less trustworthy than the last group. Foreigners who do not speak your proper language can only be communicated with basic trade talk. Show up on your lands. Be communicated with using basic trade talk. Show up on your lands. These people are Ram people who worship unfamiliar gods and follow strange laws and customs. They raided you recently, but act like you should not be offended by that. They watch your horses with great interest. They seem to want something, but from their halting trade talk, you can't tell what it is. You can figure out that they call themselves the Genadare clan. So they call themselves Vigkotlings, then worship Orlanth the Rebel, the evil god who slew the sun and ushered in the Age of Storms. We must make them fear us. Getting a gift or successfully intimidating them will bring cheer to the people. And if we befriend them, we can trade with them. Anything but horses, that is. We clashed with the Rams a while back. Some other Haloring clans coexist with certain clans and clash with others. Our two peoples must band together against the trolls, or training them to accept favors might bring us closer together. This threat might come back to bite me, but this is all you can do for full screening. I am going to try the threat, although I have a feeling it's going to bite me. Their confidence left them and they withdrew from our lands. Although clans often give council seats to each family, this is not a requirement. Okay, so we're a little bit better than we were before. Our wounded aren't quite as bad. So we've got the bad relations omen. We can't really support more trading partners right now. We could if we built a shrine to Incarna. A stake perimeter would help defend against raiders and wheels. We should build one as soon as we... Oh yes, actually, sorry. Important. Clan hall decorations. 50 cows worth of goods. 39. I'm just trying to think of some ways that we can get more goods. Not by hiring warriors, that's for sure. So clearly there's some action that I need to take, but I'm trying to think about what I can do that doesn't cost me. I guess exploration. Capturing wild horses requires Haler's Horsebreaker Breath Blessing. I believe we already have that. So I'm assuming the fact that I couldn't do that would mean... I think it's because I don't have the blessing. It's easier to find food outside clan lands, though not too far to bring them back, and search for spirits. Okay. Suppose foraging seems to be a good second best. Again, I'm not crazy about sending out so many troops, but... Someone snuck into your village and desecrated the stones your shamans use to make sacred smoke and commune with spirits. The perpetrator knocked some stones over and flung horse dung over the entire arrangement. Naturally, you will restore the rocks as best as you can. What else do you do? So during the Exodus, Halor said, it would be good to be able to fight these trolls. Yande said, these rocks will help us. Whatever the rest of you decide. This is a hard blow to morale, but calming words may help. Spirits demand vengeance, but we have short memories. New stones will stand us in better stead. Our connection to the spirits has been severed, but if we can get through this, they will help avenge this. And who did this? Whoever hates us but does not fear us. Alright, more powerful spirit stones it is. And I guess we need someone very good at combat? Well, they're kind of good at everything, so... Oh, Jesus. Kaldurka found good new stones, including one shot through with gold. So I guess that's a wash in terms of the mood. Scouring the Valley of Bandits will make our all our missions safer. Alright, well I guess we can do more exploration. The Sunbow clan figured out that we used raven magic to trick them into giving us a treasure. They've been telling everyone who visits them that we are not to be trusted. As we suspected, moving south brought us closer to the Rams. I've been asking around, and it's not just the Genadare clan in the valley. A number of others live across the Black Eel River. We will have to live with them, one way or the other. Alright, so we've got enough now to do our venture. So in this case, Clan Hall decorations. Series of misfortunes plagued our attempt to decorate the clan hall. Rain seeped in and ruined the painting, we ran out of important dyes, and a lingering ailment kept our crafters from working. The work would have to be restarted at a more auspicious time. Devious figured that we had lost 5 cows worth of goods. He said that more clan magic devoted to crafts would improve our luck next time. Oh boy. Our patrol spotted a herd raid by Jaren Lethi. They have 19 raiders. We met them with 6 swords and 8 bows. Alright. Again, we'll try and skirmish because they've got more numbers. Our archers shot only half-hearted at the Jarlanethi, dismayed by their war whoops. Alright, we'll evade them then. We managed to pull back and avoid the advance. Oh, okay. We managed to pull back and avoid the Jarlanethi advance. The Jarlanethi drove off 3 cows and 4 horses, which they had trouble driving. I didn't realize that would cancel the the engagement. Warriors of the Flamesinger clan ride past the boundaries of your lands in an intimidating display known as a whooping run. The intended message is clear. They are mighty and you should fear them. I actually love the idea of inviting them for dinner. Gamma Ray gave us the gift of kumis fermented from mare's milk. It brings pleasure to all who drink it. They are mightier than we. I have a fire arrow with their name on it. You know, it goes well with beef and kunis. A bribe worth 10 or more cows. If we defy them and lose our nerve, or if we do nothing, they will come back later and launch a real attack. Our people will definitely be wounded if we attack, and it might be a risk. Might be if we risk trouble by whooping back. And inviting them has either the best or worst consequences depending on which way they decide. Let's invite them in. Do you gift them as well? No. We ate and drank together, and they said that we had shown them proper respect. They would not attack us for at least a year. Well, that's nice of them. Alright. I'm going to assume we still lost the No, we didn't. Okay. So this is food yield shortfall. Don't know Isra's fire arrow blessing, so skirmishing at the start of a raid won't be as effective. I'm tempted to just go all in and and take... Alright. The Darshame did not spot us in time, and our 13 swords and 108 bows are facing only 2 charioteers and 56 footmen. Endaro was glad that their force was weaker. Still, nobody should be certain of the outcome. Strike this instrument after you defeat wheels to increase their fear of you. I guess we didn't defeat them, though, so... Alright, plunder. And we have the numbers, so in this case, let's charge. We charge through a steady rain of arrows and take an advantage of an opportunity for slaughter. Endaro and the fighters closest to him have managed to cut off a large group of Darshame and have a good chance of killing all of them. Unfortunately, this would take Endaro away from the main battle. What does he do? Assign enough warriors to make sure they remain out of the fight and move on. No, we'll just say attack them. They turned out to be tougher than Endaro expected. Although he hewed them left and right, he was wounded, and the rest escaped. We'll press the attack. They seemed more interested in protecting their chariots than winning the battle, and we gained the better position. The battle began to swing our way. Illyria said that we might have been lucky, and it could still be a tough battle. And it would be a tough battle. Okay, we'll do a fierce fight if they're trying to protect things. We were thrown into disarray by their risky attacks. Victory now appeared in their grasps. Let's do a clever attack then. A tree of wheels nobles overpower your war leader, Elara, gouging out her eyes. How does Kima, who wields the healing magic of Orisa and stands on the fringes of the battle among the auxiliaries, react? Ride alone, bearing the Harmony rune. Ride alone. They loosed warning arrows at Kima. Keep going. Yes! Started shooting at Kima despite the sanctity of a healer. They struck her with an arrow, wounding her. Their ruthlessness struck fear into our hearts. They let Alira live. This is a ritual shaming intended to honor Samnal, god of chariots, and to dishonor us, the followers of his rival Halor. Alright, we'll take risks. We were surprised by the risky attacks. It was soon over. Ouch! Alright, the fighting was fierce. We were driven off and had no opportunity to obtain booting. Using healing magic, our auxiliaries saved 6 warriors from dying and bandaged 7 of the wounded. Our cattle tenders report that we sent nearly all of our warriors to raid the Darshama. The Arrowstone clan saw the chance and stole 17 cows. Jesus. We're back from our trip to explore the Northwest. We uncovered a minute golden tear. It made me sad to touch, which the priests say is because it is a drop of blood from a member of the Sky Court, probably slain by a storm god. It's too small to be considered a treasure, but it has slightly increased our clan magic. All right. Everyone's doing really bad. Let's try and deal with this. Alright, so I've already got all these farming. Or maybe we don't. I can never remember what these symbols mean. Okay. Shrine, recent sacrifice, recent bargain. Right. So we've got crafting. Provide continual blessings. To choose them, select the deity, turn on the appropriate checkbox. You may have to turn off an existing blessing first. So they say build. Yeah, okay, so we already have this. Okay, so yeah, apparently we've got all of our improvements for food, but we are still in shortfall. That's no good. So let's do some more foraging. The Nordon bloodline is expecting a new arrival. Henmol's wife, Nira, is pregnant with their first child. The Nordons have always claimed descent from their main male line of Verlaro, son of Elmal. Many portents attend the pregnancy. Nira dreams of talking with the stars. The woman's tent vibrates when she enters it, and an eagle told us what his name should be, and that, yes, it is a boy. Bandits came warily to our clan boundaries to make us an offer. They had recently taken a magical treasure from the Gendarai. It is a lump of bone from a storm god who fell from the clouds and died. When it landed, it became a piece of hard, valuable metal called bronze. The bandits don't know what to do with it, but they know it's worth about 50 cows. They want goods for it, not cows, as bandits cannot manage entire herds. So, when Elmal seized a piece of bronze that once was part of the murder god's father, his retinue said he could present it to the emperor. Oops. If we tell the Genadare they may recover the treasures, if so, they might later trade with us. These are valley people who are outlawed by their clans and banded together for survival. I'm kind of tempted to steal it, but in this case, we'll just decline it. Do you refuse politely? Yes. They said that we had treated them well, even though we were not interested in what they had to trade. People said that we had shown our superiority by respecting even the wretched. Oh, okay, so you can skip a turn without doing something. See, there is a temptation to spend 3 cows worth of equipment. The foragers I have returned from the north. We found a grove of red nuts and plenty of very tasty arrowroot, and I found huge eggs, though I can't say if they were from giant birds or some sort of lizard. We loaded the Travas and brought back food to feed the clan for a season. An emissary from the Arrowstone clan wants to know about the chieftain of the Barmering clan. Our chieftain, Lankarn, is about to enter ritual cooperation negotiations with their chieftain, Asborn. To be prepared, we should know more of Asborn's temperament. Give us good counsel that results in successful dealings, and we will consider it a payment of the favor you owe us. So I'm inclined to say yes because of the favor, but let's just take a quick look at what the council thinks. Zengar knew Stelfor better than Stelfor knew himself. Not a difficult feat, mind you. We don't know enough about Ashborn to venture an opinion. We haven't really dealt with Ashborn's clan. Our information on the Barmerings is not reliable, and the Airstone give horses to those who plead them. Well, we'll say we'll be glad to help, but I have a feeling that this might come back to bite me if I don't know enough. Is Asborn a miserly chief or a generous one? Excellent question. It was the Barmering. Yeah, we don't actually know them. Generous. A few days later, they returned to thank us for the information, which had steered them right. They said that we could consider our favor paid in full. All right. I still need to think about the best way to deal with the shortfall. We're doing all right for goods, which is nice. I suppose we can try and recruit again, seeing as we have a surplus of goods. 3 warriors. So this time I'm going to try hiring outside the clan and see what happens. Oh, so we can pick more than one. Okay. We are being raided by the Porganosai. There are 137 of them. Luckily, our patrol saw them in time, and 21 swords and 84 of the bows met them. So let's try to drive them off. Conduct a magic ritual. Alright, strongbow. The Porganosi war whoops frightened even our magicians, so let's try for a maneuver. As the Porganosi moved some of their forces into reserve, we maneuvered to take advantage of those who had withdrawn. Take advantage for slaughter. Avardar and the fighters closest to them have managed to cut off a large group of Porganosai and have a good chance of killing all of them. And this time, we're going to switch it around. It'll take them away from the main battle, assign enough warriors to make sure that they remain out of the fight and move on. As soon as Avardar left, the Porganosai made a break for it. Our warriors chased them until they realized they were in danger of being cut off themselves. Let's wait for opportunities. As you fight the Porganosai, you hear a din from the other side of the battlefield. A group of warriors from the Zarhawk clan rides towards your foes, swords and bows poised to attack them. The two clans are neighbors, and not good ones. From the looks of it, the Zarhawks must have seen them mustering to come attack us, and followed them here. What action does Endaro command? Call Elmal's blessing upon them, support them as they lead a strike, hit as hard as they do, strive to outdo them. No, we'll support them. The Porganosai took advantage of the concentrating their efforts on the Zarhawks. So, for opportunities. Ouch! Several warriors suddenly flew into our ranks, catching us by surprise. Their choice of tactics helped put an end to the fight. I don't think I quite understand combat as well as I should in this. The clash ended quickly. Their combat magic deafened and dazed us. We were driven from the battlefield, and the Porganosai drove off 20 cows and 8 horses, which they had trouble driving. They took 23 cows worth of loot. It would have been worse without our fortifications. Due to the prompt healing, our auxiliaries saved 4 warriors from dying and patched up 8 of the wounded. What reward do you offer the Zarhawks as thanks for their helpful intervention? I guess we'll give them a favor, even though it seemed to make things worse. They said it was not necessary, as hitting the Porganosai clan was its own reward, but they would not insult our noble generosity by refusing. Alright. Same story. Yeah, only 3 warriors. I've been thinking about how the Porganosai clan raided us, even though they aren't close by. Among us raiders, that would be a big deal, something we might do if we're seeking vengeance. Apparently Rams think nothing of raiding anywhere in the valley. They must be exceptionally warlike or exceptionally powerful, or both. Last year, 29 babies were born, and we initiated 16 children as adults. The clan has 14 more people, 32 more head of cattle, and 16 fewer horses than we did last Sacred Time. Our crafters produced 44 cows worth of goods, and the market made a profit of 39 cows worth of goods. Maintaining our shrines took 12 cows and goods worth 24. Priest says we couldn't conduct diplomacy rituals this year, and we are known for adopting outsiders. So let's say crafts. I also need to read the saga again. I think we'll do fields and pastures. All right. So the leaves of oak trees fell off early, but nobody agreed on what this signified. Tardanat convinced the Greywing clan to create a new trading route. We heard that the Paral Un clan is now protected by a magical hawk. River monsters attacked us. We raided the Weeders, who were known to deal with river monsters. They fled from our advance. None of our warriors were hurt. We gained 5 cows worth of goods, mostly clay pots and polished shell jewelry. Our shaman said that it would be a while until they dared loose river monsters against us. Flooding ruined our barley crop and threatened the roots of our berry bushes. The destructive water spirits caused it could have been sent by the Weeders. We raided the Weeders, who were known to deal with destructive water spirits. They fled from our advance. None of our warriors were hurt. We gained 1 cow worth of goods, mostly clay pots and polished shell jewelry, which we have had to dig from the mud. Our shaman said that it would be a while before they dared invoke river spirits against us. Our priest sacrificed to consecrate our grand hall. The gods praised their generosity, and Unasari, Gamari, and Yurdaya in particular gave their blessing to our pastures. Neighbors started singing a song about our weakness. We found out that it was the chariot drivers of the Tor Ashta clan who composed it. We sneaked into their lands to burn their chariots. We burned 3 of their precious chariots, each one of which was expensive to make. They would not be singing the song again. We were raided by the Northern Wheels. We were driven from the battlefield and plunder. Our Arrowstone allies sought our aid in a mission against the Ifritheli raiders from the southern Ram kingdoms. We sent warriors. The Arrowstone hunters led us to the raiders' scrublands hideaway, and the battle began. Hesitation by the Arrowstone war leader put us at immediate disadvantage. After 5 of our warriors were slain and another 5 wounded, we fled, as did the Arrowstones. We lost as many horses as men. Yelene asked us to adopt them. We agreed. We set about teaching them our ways. They showed us tricks of hunting and foraging that we did not know. Lerai sought alliance with the Fireflowers. They said that we had made a persuasive case, but they were worried about ill omens. Ernost captured and tormented a charioteer of the Paral Un clan. We freed the charioteer. The captive expressed gratitude, but we could tell that he would sing another tune when safely back among his people. Ernost said that Raven's cruel tricks would now be played on us. We reorganized the clan circle. Ram people raided us. We drove the Jandari off, and we were happy to have survived the battle. Raven blessed Ernost with the opportunity to perform a trick on another clan. We asked him to trick the Sunbow clan into giving us a treasure. Ernost adulterated their drink with seeds from the generosity plant. Before we knew it, a Sunbow's delegation stopped to deliver the spoke-shattering bell, a treasure they said we deserved. They summarized it: strike this instrument after you defeat wheels to increase their fear of you. And then the last year, the oracles predicted that other clans would form bad opinions of us no matter how generous we were, and Varius led a caravan to trade with the Flame Singers. We could no longer afford to maintain our shrine to Anila. The 4 drums who had trained her asked to betroth one of their young men to Ivtu, the girl of fire powers. We told them to come back when she is of age. They said that they understood, for they too wanted what would bring Ivtu happiness. Ram people paid us an unexpected visit. We could not tell what they wanted. We threatened them, and their confidence left them, and they withdrew from our lands. Someone desecrated our spirit stones. We sent Kaldurka out to look for new spirit stones. They came back with new stones, including one shot through with gold. A series of misfortunes plagued our attempt to decorate the clan hall. We spotted a herd raid by the Geralnethi. We managed to pull back and avoid the Geralnethi advance. Warriors of the Flameslinger clan made a whooping run against us. We invited them for beef cubes and kumis. We ate and drank together, and they said that we'd shown them the proper respect and they would not attack us for at least a year. We raided the Darshame and eluded their patrols, and Darrow found himself able to kill many of the foe. They turned out to be tougher than he expected. Kima saw Illyria blinded by wheel nobles. Kimka rode to Illyria's side. They loosened warning arrows at Kimka. They started shooting at Kimka despite her sanctity as a healer. They struck her with an arrow, wounding her. Their ruthlessness struck fear into our hearts. They let Illyria live. This was a ritual shaming intended to honor their chariot god. We were driven off and had no opportunity to obtain booty. The Arrowstones raided us for 17 cows while we were raiding. Bandits offered us a piece of god bone stolen from the Jandare in exchange for goods worth 50 cows. We declined, but did not insult them. They said that we had treated them well, even though we were not interested in what they had to trade. People said that we had shown our superiority by respecting even the wretched. Chief Lenkarn of the Arrowstones sent word that we could consider the favor paid if we told them about Asborn of the Barmerings. They asked us if Asborn was miserly or generous. Generous, we said. A few days later, they returned to thank us for the information, which had steered them right. They said that we could consider our favor paid in full. We were raided by the Porganossi. Zarhawk's forces appeared to launch a surprise flanking attack against our foes. We supported them as they led the strike. The Porganossi took advantage of this, concentrating their efforts on the Zarhawks. We were driven from the battlefield and plundered. Alright, let's work with this. Nar Anan nobles have been riding around in their chariots, informing their neighbors of the birth of Autoronos, the son of their chiefdom Asnam. The sun path glowed when he dawned from his mother's womb, or so say the Nar Anani, always quick to remind us of their unbroken lineage from Elmal. Does the clan send them the celebratory gift of 5 cows? Sure. They received it very graciously. I received an extraordinarily clear vision of a Busarian pointing to the stars and warning me personally that Orlanth the Barbarian was coming to slay Emperor Yelm. We brought scrolls and other secrets of Busarian with us when we left the Golden City, so we know that his predictions are always reliable. But Orlanth murdered Yelm thousands of years ago. I don't think the gods have the same sense of time that we do. Well, hi there. Again, I'm really liking the art on this. It's so obviously the style of game lends itself to a particular. Sorry, I just needed a drink. It definitely lends itself towards a style that maybe other games can't necessarily do. But again, the fact that you get to, I think the thing that I like the most about the art style in this game is that you get to, obviously there's a lot of imagination that the text, the text allows you to exercise a lot of your information. And sort of I guess this is watercolor? I'm really not that artistically inclined. But it's a nice complement to it. It gives you, I'm just trying to think of the right way to say, like, it gives you what you need from a game. Like, it gives you something to look at. It gives you sort of a framing of what's going on. But it's sort of distinct enough on its own that you know, it doesn't, I think the thing I can say is it doesn't, I feel like I still get to do something with the story. Like, this gives me a framing in terms of my mind, but it doesn't make everything explicit for me. So for instance, like Grand Theft Auto, I'm running around in it. I'm not exactly going to be, the only real blanks I'm going to be filling in my imagination will be maybe the absurdity of what I'm doing at the given moment. Whereas this one, I'm sort of taking this and writing off in my own little way. And I can't really think of a lot of games that do that. So I don't know, maybe this is just a me thing. Anyways, Leofor, youngest of the children who gained fire magic prematurely, has grown into a quietly confident adolescent. He has returned from the four drums who have been training him to bid you farewell. Dreams of fire bid him to journey alone in the wilderness, he says. Leofor assures you that you need not fear for him, as it is Elmel's call as he follows. So our options are: ask him to leave behind some of his magic behind, fed him with a night of singing and fermented mare's milk, forbid him to leave, perform a taxing ritual to bless him with powerful magic, or bid him a quiet farewell. So impeding his destiny will only cause grumbling against us. Elmel called his son Velero to his side. The difficult journey to his father's position is what made him a hero. Elmel, god of war and fire, asks us for one of our sons. It is not time to cry, but to celebrate. I don't want to be the one to say it, but raising him cost us sweat and meat and magic. We should expect to be repaid. When the gods call, we must obey. Give war magic. It will weaken us for a while, but it is what he most needs. So in this case, we'll have a party. Hey, the annoying teenager is gone. Thus we turned our fear for him into pride at his bravery. The party we sent to forage in the north a year ago has not returned. Doran and his party must be presumed dead. Foraging would be safer if we had a shrine to Zarlin or sacrifice for his Pathfinder blessing. Many portents attend a recent birth. Henmul and Nira of the Nordon bloodline have given birth to their first child. The sky smiled on the moment of his birth. Zarlin, the wandering star, circled Elmel, the guardian, as he reached his celestial apex. A white calf and a black goat kid were born the next moment, minutes apart. The child is the first male born to the Nordons in some time. They claim that their main male line, including Henmul, descended from Verlero, son of your primary god Elmel. The family asks that the clan recognize the auspiciousness of this new arrival, who they have named Baron. So, Verlero proved himself the lesser of Elmel's two Hailering children. His sister Ozra we venerate as a goddess. I can tell our emissary what to say. We lack trade goods. We lack trade goods to expend on a sacrifice. Due to adoptions, divine genealogy cannot be sorted out merely by studying the emblems embroidered on our story tent. Their claim to divine blood lacks credibility, and other clans will listen receptively. Let's announce. There, I can do the job. Our fellow clans shared in our joy and hoped for great things when Baron grew to manhood. Alright, so mood has been taken care of. It seems that we no longer have a deficit in terms of food, so that's good. It does say banditry threat, so I suppose I'm gonna have to sort that as well. But in this case, let's actually, before I do that, let's just take a look at goods. I was gonna do a sacrifice of, well, I suppose I can still do a cattle sacrifice. So why does it want me to do Gamri? Colt blessing. More. Yeah, actually, more colts would be good. But so if we do a sacrifice for market, don't have anything to say right now. Worthy gift for encounter would be 7 cows in goods or livestock. A larger gift would be more worthy. We didn't earmark clan magic to rituals during sacred times, so we should make a larger sacrifice now. Trading blessing will increase our wealth. We should sacrifice to learn it. Knowing more blessings is always good. Sacrifice to mystery. In this case, I think I'm going to do 10 herds. Kana was not moved by our sacrifice. We had not conducted rituals during sacred time to make sacrificing easier. Drat. Alright. I really want to get some goods. So I'd like to trade with Zarhawk if I can. So, buy goods. Yeah, I think I'll skip it. I think I'll sell the herds instead. Your story tent is summarized in the lore screen. Okay, I should check that out. The clan chroniclers gather in the story tent to breathe in the intoxicating smoke of your glorious past. Each stripe on the tent represents a fresh era in your clan's history. The time has come for a new strip of fabric to be added to the tent, on which emblems representing your clan's upcoming deeds will be sewn. Their eyes red with holy fervor, the chroniclers ask how you wish to procure the new fabric. We can ask for another clan to give it to us, we can have our crafters make it, we can seize it from crafters of this Flamesinger clan on their way to deliver it to the Zarhawk clan. Probably not. We can persuade the Jade Cult clan to give us with a bolt of story cloth. Legends tell of clans that perished because enemies wove trouble into the fabric of their story tents, but our neighbors lack that magic. We can't go long without a place to record our chronicle. If we tell our crafters to weave the cloth, it will cost time they would otherwise spend on food jars, or people will grumble if we spend too much of the crafters' time, offer to buy and get a poor price, or ask for a gift and are rebuffed. I am going to ask another clan to give it to us. And in this case, it says Jade Colt, so this is my good negotiator, so. They agreed to do it. Some of them seemed resentful as if forced into it by their fear of us, but when the fabric eventually arrived, our people were pleased by its workmanship. Alright, so let's take a look at the manual. Goes into lots of detail about how the game works, but you don't need to read it all. You might just want to glance at the basics. Wow. They aren't kidding that there's a lot of text. I'm going to try lore here. So this is where you find stories about the deeds of the gods, the history of your clan, and notes on the rider culture. We've already discussed how sacred stories guide rituals. Learning how to do rituals. Sacred stories of your gods act as a rough map for their rituals. The basic summary of these are available on the lore screen. To enact an otherworldly ritual, your clan needs to know the details of the story. If you don't, sacrifice to the associated god. Since Reladavius is no longer reachable via sacrifice, you can learn Taming the River from his father, Elmal. The lore screen shows you when you have sufficient knowledge of a sacred story. Not all sacred stories have rituals associated with them. Otherworldly rituals are major undertakings. All the adults of your clan help to prepare the quester, donating as much of their personal magic and worship as possible. Count on expending a significant amount of clan magic as well. In some cases, the quester will need to bring a magical treasure, particularly if it relates to the god in question. You can ask other clans for help. Their refusal won't hurt the ritual, but it will have other consequences. The quester embodies the god of the other side. Okay, I think I'm going to stick with the lore. The map covers most of the world of Glorantha. The distant south is not shown. Your clan is beneath the sun, north of the spike. The saga is your clan's history after the latest migration. It also summarizes clan lore, chosen in the clan questionnaire. The screen also lets you restore to the end of any year. Scroll at the bottom to access the restore button. Restore from the lore entry to restart after your migration. Okay, actually there's a little bit less than I thought in here. The history of our people as woven into the story tent, from events before we had horses to our glory as a city cavalry, from the departure of the golden city of Nivara through 10 generations of Exodus to our arrival here in the valley. We began to weave the pieces of our story tent soon after we left the city of Nivara so that we could see and remember the history of our people. Halor was still with us then. He said that he wouldn't always be around to tell us what had happened when we were young. When he was young, and each of the 7 families of what was then the one clan had different tales to remember, ones that went back to long before he was born. It was Stosuntak, priest of Relindar, who rode to the sky and came back with a message. We would need a home for our ancestors. In the Golden City, we had not needed to ask questions of our long-gone forebears. Instead, when we went to the marble mausoleum, we revered their glory only. As Halor readied us for the ride out, Stosuntak performed a great ritual to change this. He coaxed our ancestors from their urns, his voice thrumming deep with a new song. The ice comes soon. It will freeze you. It will crush your urns. It will scatter your ashes. So leave them behind. Leap into these threads, which the women are weaving. They will bind you to us. You will recognize this as a version of what we sing when we call upon them for blessing. An urn was a special jar in which to bury the ashes of the dead. As part of Stosunak's rite, we switched to burying them in funeral dolls woven from the same fabric as the story tent. And our ancestors, including Varys the Rain and Elasha the Keen and Dunraden Chariot Breaker, agreed to come with us and inhabited the emblems, which is why in sacred time they seem to ripple and shift. This first emblem, way at the top, still contains a portion of their essence, though this is not the emblem woven at the time, but one made later during the last split. It depicts an old battle, the clash at Weeping Field, where we fought the Usinkari and destroyed them all. Though we imagine ourselves fighting all of our wars on horseback, this took place in an earlier day, back when we fought on foot with outstretched spears. Next come the emblems of the cavalry era, after we transformed into warriors from horseback, defending the rights and interests of the Golden City. They started to call us Halorings because it was Halor, then still a man, who taught us how to worship Gamari Horsemother. You've heard these tales of Halor's emergence, the taming of the hippogriff, and the treachery of the Samnal many times before, and you will hear them many times again. Here you see emblems marking great battles against the trolls, and the power we gained against them by swearing ourselves their eternal enemies. Gradually, the background of the emblems changes. As the cold sun edges closer, bringing with it the glacier, cold threads grow scarcer and white and blue take over. They mark the moment when we can no longer deny the necessity of exodus. Here you see us packing our sky-gazing statue of Busraen along with his most sacred scrolls. This series of emblems shows the preparation of Halor and the other cavalry commanders, and the battles with those fools who tried to keep us trapped in the dying city. They show the great departure and the hard but glorious time when all riders belong to one clan, led by Ostalar. Descended from Halor, advised by Halor, he glowed with Elmel's fire as he led the fight against Yenfar the Capturer. Yenfar, who swore to eliminate Halor and his line, worshipped neither sky nor storm. Instead, he made people from nothing and called them the Sorcery Tribe. This is when the god Ikarna first showed us that she had bartered for the trade rune. See how she demonstrates this by arranging an exchange of goods between two sides hostile to each other, the cold dwarves of Nida Mountain and the hot jungle folk of Jennert's Garden. The second generation is the generation of enemies. Thengist, the ram, and Goldtalon, the charioteer, rise up and try to smash us. Each commit slaughters against us, but the righteous fire of Elmel burns the first. Halar's wise counsel guards us against the second. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Arrowman. Here, where the green backgrounds of the first two Exodus generations give abruptly away to red thread, we reach the Great Spirit, where one clan became four, led by ruthless Stelfor, who went west, clever Zenegar, who went east, Nameforgot, who stayed put just outside the glacier's reach, and our ancestor Basican, who rode south. This is the part of the tent that shows us going to war against each other for the first time. You see Basican finding many treasures and launching frequent sallies into the God's War, gaining power there to fend off Stelfor's violence and Zenengar's tricks. The Warring Chieftain generation ends with the humiliation of Nameforgot and the luckless Northern Raiders. Next comes the Far Travel generation, where we spread out further than before and can no longer say we know the doings of all other riders. Many inhuman foes beset us at this time. Then comes a gap in the tent story. You can see the cuts where our great-great-great-grandmothers tore away emblems from the Madness generation, so they would not infect our dreams. After those empty spaces, you see emblems representing the Healing generation, where Orisa priestesses performed the greatest deeds. It cleared the way for the Fast Foals generation, where once again our clan split. Families struck out on their own, not all at once, but as prudence allowed. After all was done, one story tent was carefully cut into the beginnings of 5 new ones, to be carried to new destinations. A winter generation followed, when frigid winds and deep snow made us fear that the glacier would overtake us. But then the chieftains of the Red Kindling generation went to the God's War to brighten Elmel, and warmth came back. Our chief, for most of this time, Jandarin, gave more of himself than any other, leaving his heart in the Skyhearth. The eldest among us remember those times, but soon we will have only these emblems to go by. I recall the Honey generation, as do all of our elders. This is the part of the tent that memorializes our deeds. Again, clans grew, celebrating that success by breaking up, spreading the influence of successful bloodlines. Today, after 7 generations of the Horse era in Nivera and 10 of Exodus, we continue to sew emblems into our tent. They mark the actions of our fathers and mothers, and soon will mark yours as well. They will be the emblems of the Valley generation. May the choices you weave on its walls be glorious, stoking pride in both the spirits of your ancestors and descendants yet unborn. One challenge I kind of have with the game is, so history and culture, I'm assuming this is kind of introducing me a little bit to the world of Six Ages. And in one sense, I actually kind of like that I have to figure out a little bit of the world. But it does leave me a little, I feel a little unbalanced when I read that. Like, I sometimes, like, I'll read something and I'm not sure if I'm supposed to know what it means, or if it will be, it'll be something that's kind of elaborated on later. So I was kind of hoping to be able to, so it says banditry threat, and I was kind of hoping to get rid of the threats. For now, let's just do exploration. Our caravan is back from the Zarhawks. The Zarhawk traders were pleased to receive the first caravan we'd sent to them. We traded 27 cattle for 37 cows worth of goods. The Zarhawk folk were pleased to get cattle and goats from a different herd. Okay. Can't really support more trading partners, that's fair, and we've got the goods to decorate the clan hall. And Ardavius' patient supervision meant that we were able to complete the decorations for only 49 goods. Such a deal! Everyone came to admire the carvings of clan ancestors and the hangings, which incorporated several sacred texts. They were also impressed by the amount of gold and redwood on the ceiling. Ah! We're being raided by the Fireflowers. There are 128 raiders in total. Luckily, our patrol spotted them, and 23 swords and 84 of our bows met them. One magic. Let's drive them off. Ritual magic. As our priest completed the ritual, our bows began to glow. While we performed our ritual, the fire flowers shifted some of their forces into a reserve. So, skirmish. Fire flowers advanced through the steady arrow fire. Backed by the strongbow ritual, our arrows clearly shook their confidence. Fierce fighting. The front rank held off our advance, letting those in the back rest a little. We no longer had the upper hand, and Darrow said that this would be a tough battle. So let's conserve our strength. Your war leader, Endaro, suffers a life-threatening blow. He falls from his horse and lands on his head. How does Kimka, on the fringes of the auxiliaries, react? Ride alone. The Fireflower Khan, who fought us but did not hate us, allowed Kimka to proceed unharmed. Kimka revived Endaro, restoring him to full health. The rite was not unduly taxing, she said. The momentary truce allowed both sides to regroup. Clever fighting. Ooh, that didn't go well. They waited for just the right moment and gained the advantage. Their choice of tactics put an end to the fight. It was a bitter fight. The magic dazzled many of our warriors. We were no longer a coherent force and had to pull back. The Fireflowers made off with 10 cows and 7 horses. They took 26 cows worth of loot. It would have been worse without our fortifications. Aided by the White Goddess, Irissa, our auxiliaries kept 2 warriors from dying and healed 4 of the wounded. I have not been winning any... I pretty much haven't been winning any of the... we haven't won any battles this round, and I remember the last time I played... I started a losing streak, which I haven't really seemed to shake. An emblem woven into your story tent has begun to sing, its figures acquiring animation. The emblem depicts the Exodus, when Halor led your people from the city of Nivera after encroaching ice had rendered it uninhabitable. How do you respond to this wonder? So, during the Exodus, we gave the wheels a chance to come with us, but in their arrogance, they thought they could defeat the ice. A feast will do more to improve our mood than a song, though drunkenness sometimes goes awry. When other riders hear of this, they will want to trade with us. Elcanu! Thank you very much for the host, and welcome everybody from Elcanu's channel. How you doing? For those of you who don't, actually, it's been a while since I've seen you, Elcanu. I'm glad you're back. So for those of you who don't know him, Elcanu is my favorite French streamer on Twitch, because he is the only French streamer I know on Twitch. But he's also a streamer that I like as a streamer. I've always sort of said, I think if anybody wanted to learn about broadcasting, one of the better exercises they can do is actually watch Elcanu's channel, because my French, I go to his channel to practice my French. But one of the things that's really good about Elcanu is that he's really enjoyable even if you don't understand the language, because he has this very good physicality, and he's got a really good sense of comic timing. And so it's incredibly enjoyable to watch him just play a game, and you can clearly see he's having the time of his life. I still always like saying the very first thing I ever saw him play was what was it? Satellite Rain, which I actually wound up buying watching him. And one of the reasons why I first watched him was all the other English casts made the game look really boring. And then I thought, well, it was probably a nice opportunity for me to practice my language skills. So I've kind of dropped the pretense of learning French in his channel. I usually just kind of hang out, or at least, well, I say usually, but he moved recently, so I've not been catching his streams. But those are a couple of good reasons to watch him. Either if you want to sort of see somebody who's really good at presenting just in general, or if you just want to check out some new games, you should definitely see his stuff. Elcanu, did you ever play King of Dragon Pass, or have you seen 6 Ages before? To Elcanu's channel, obviously I'm an Anglophone streamer, so I completely understand if none of this makes sense to you and you want to go. Thank you for coming along with Elcanu and representing him well. This is a very text-heavy game, so it is probably going to be particularly trying on you if English is not, if your English listening is not quite up to scratch. So absolutely no hard feelings if it's not your sort of thing. But for those of you who haven't, this is a really interesting sort of a narrative RPG-ish tribe management, just all around good game. Published by Kit Fox Games, developed by A Sharp, and it's a sequel to a game I've not played, but I've heard very good things about, The King of Dragons Pass. All right. Yende discovered shamanism shortly after the events depicted on that emblem. Whenever we have the chance to enhance our magic, we should take it, or it never hurts to impress our fellow riders. I do like to remember the Exodus with a worship ceremony. Yeah. Kimka, was your suggestion? We sacrifice nothing. Oh, I guess we have to sacrifice something. 5 herds. The rite enhanced our clan magic. Ancestors of the Exodus generation blessed us with good fortune. Oh, I understand completely, Elkanu. I'm actually going to Montreal tomorrow, and my eyes are really hurting. So, and my video card's dying. It's been a disaster all around. Enjoy your time while you're here. Relax. Or just check out something else that you find more interesting. Okay, craft stress. I'm going to assume that's because we don't have a lot of goods. We could stand to improve our... Dismiss? Oh, I get it. This is what we can, this is our max. Okay. While we were exploring to the northeast, we noticed how the grass on a hillside was greener than the shape of a horse. Sorry, greener in the shape of a horse. We searched where its eye would be and found a rock inscribed with the same design. As soon as I picked it up, I could tell it was magic. The priests agree with me that it was probably put there by Haylor. They say it will help us with diplomacy, as if we had devoted clan magic to it for at least a couple of years. Le Pouce Caillou, thank you very much for the follow. Alright, we must take in the harvest, not send reapers off to war. Right. So I need to find things that we can do here that won't take people away. Well, here's what we can do. We can make some fortifications. So, oh no, need all hands to bring it in. You know what? In this case, let's just do confirm, because any action that we take is going to pull people away from. Will pull people away from the harvest. So is this the kind of game that needs to be followed from the beginning to understand? Because you're kind of lost right now. Yeah, it's a tough call, the Pouce Caillou. I obviously have been playing this from the start, and there are things that I don't fully understand myself in terms of the lore. One of the things that does help, and I've actually stopped doing it in between years, so I should probably get back onto it, but where is my... There's a summary of the actions that you've taken. Oh lordy. So basically this game has a very in-depth... Oh, it's an Under Saga. This game has a very in-depth kind of mythology behind it. And the essence that I can tell you of the game is that you play sort of a barbarian tribe. You have a... Actually, so maybe here's a better way of thinking of this. So if you've ever read the Iliad, and you have sort of this story of a great battle that is fought between all of these different, not exactly tribes, but obviously it's not quite nation states the way that we think of them. But you basically have all of these different groups that are involved in this large conflict, And the gods are real things that are directly affecting the events that are taken. I mean, the whole war starts because of sort of a dispute amongst the gods. If you think of it in that frame, this is kind of what Six Ages is about. You are basically one of these tribes. You are leading your tribe sort of through this migration that they've done, where we obviously haven't taken a look at the whole map. There's a bunch of neighboring tribes which we have different sort of relations with. And so essentially you can take a certain number of actions as the seasons go by. And this can be everything from raiding neighbors to get goods and, herd cattle and whatnot. The sort of thing that you kind of expect people for raiding. You can settle grudges. You can go and forage. There's a bunch of different actions that you can take. But you also need to care about what time of year it is. So for instance, right now we're harvesting, so we don't want to pull people away from that harvest. On the other hand, I do want to do things such as exploring and whatnot. So when it comes down to the names of the gods and whatnot, I'm still trying to figure those out on their own. But the essence of what's going on here is that this is a sort of I'd almost say like a text-heavy role-playing management game. And the essence of it is that you are trying to guide a people through a kind of a hostile magical world. But you know what? I think the best thing is if there's any questions that I can answer, I'll try and articulate parts where I may be lost as well. But definitely speak up if there's something that doesn't make sense, and I will do my best to... at the very least, I'll explain what I think is going on. Oh boy. So, your herders find gigantic footprints across one of your pastures. Ice fills each impression. Elders say these must have been left by an enormous frost demon of some kind, or is it a dread god? A few of your goats are missing, undoubtedly taken by the demon. This ominous event causes great consternation among your people. So, basically, each time... So when you're looking for... basically, each time you take an action, or with the passage of time, you're given a decision to make. And again, you get to see this really nice artwork and mood-setting music and whatnot. And what we're going to do here is So Indiga is who I am. This is the representation of me. And what we're going to do is we're going to consult sort of the elders of the clan to see what their recommendations among these options are. Gotta go. Have a good stream and good night. System Jock, System Chat. Happy I was able to catch you. Likewise, Elkanu. I'm going to keep a sharper eye out for when you are streaming. And I will hope to return the cast. Have a lovely evening, and I hope you get some rest. All right, so Elmel fights to restore what was lost when Yelm fell, but despite his fire, the world grows even colder. So, of course, these are references to the deities. Hey, Martforg, how you doing? Sorry, guys, I just need a quick... I'm actually going to just take a minute here and get another sip of water because I'm definitely struggling. My eyes were really bothering me this morning, but I'm feeling mildly better with time. Sorry, just a minute. And it turns out it's my contact lens solution. I have like an allergy to it, so... Also, my video card's dying, so it's been a trying time, but it's... I'm playing a really good game, so it's a mixed bag. All right. Endaro, leave others out of this. Only a mass ritual will do. The forces of winter have grown ever larger and more frightening since the Ram God knocked Yelm from his solar throne. Ice on the ground when it's not dark season. And asking wheels to take part in a ritual will not hurt our chance of success. Yeah, let's make it a group effort. Do you include Wheels, who also worship Elmel? Yes. And Larai is my go-to diplomat, so. Who do you send to seek participants? We'll do 5 swords, 10 bows. 8 clans agreed to participate in the ritual. They thanked us for warning them of this wintry portent. Together with their counterparts, our priest blazed to Elmel's side. Our god said he would protect us against the rime-cloaked demons. When the entire clan works together on a venture, we become even more closely bonded to each other. Okay, so again, we do have a diplomatic bonus, although I think we weren't able to... I don't think we were able to really make anything out of that. It's dark season. So there's a temptation to try and raid. Let's try a herd raid on the Fireflower. In this case, we'll bring... That's not a lot of bows. Our horses could not find anything to eat in the deep snow. Our warriors had to turn back. Several of them still suffer from exposure. Well, that's what I get for going in the off-season. In this case, let's do... a sacrifice. 10 herds from Argus. Akarna didn't respond to our sacrifice. We've not performed. Alright. Well, that's what I get. You're gonna leave starting work in 6 hours. You need some sleep. You'll come back next time. Have a good night. Thank you very much for stopping by Lapus Caillou, and I hope you get enough sleep. The Blue Crest delegation hopes you will let their priestesses conduct a ceremony in your temple for Busanari. For several seasons, we have been struggling to maintain our herds. The spiral started when we lost many cows to demonic occupiers and worsened further when dwarves opened up sinkholes beneath our pastures. With our magic already at a low ebb, we despaired of seeking the evergreen pasture when the Busanari grazes. But then our priestesses received an omen suggesting we could find it if we smoked the sweetgrass in your temple. So, I would not like to have to ask others for help. They will feel better if we ask for something in return. Cows are wealth. Without wealth, there is nothing to trade. So it looks like... I think in this case we'll ask for the gift. After some discussion, they offer you goods worth 25 cows. Do you accept this final offer? Sure. After honoring their goddess by gifting her temple, their priestesses proceeded into it and wreathed themselves in sacred smoke. When they emerged, we could tell from their joyous manner that they had reached Busanari and could expect her to bless their herds. Okay. I am tempted to try raiding again. The one thing I'm not 100% clear on is how I wind up with more bows, but... Clan's military consists of a small number of full-time warriors and any able-bodied men and women who can be mustered. Okay, on the screen shows any on missions away or recovering. Herd raids attempt to steal cows without being seen. Raids are full-blown attacks on another clan. Okay, so I probably want to do... probably want to do more traditional raids if it comes down to it. And raid list and icon shows the winner. If neither side won, there is no symbol. So... Okay, actually, I guess we did win the Genedare raid. But yeah, as you can see, we haven't exactly had the best track record. I could also try fortifications. So 50 goods. What's our wealth at? Let's try a proper raid. And we'll bring in the Arrowstone. Known for their poverty, their chief is Lakarn. Yep. The Arrowstone sent 20 warriors. We eluded the Fireflower patrols, and our 14 swords and 80 bows are facing only 7 swords and 54 bows. And Darrow was glad that their force was weaker, still anything could happen. And Darrow commented that the Fireflowers mocked us and might feel emboldened to use riskier tactics. So, we still want plunder. Let's start with intimidation. Fireflowers maneuvered to a better position despite our war whooping. So let's press. Evardar sees a new force driving to join the fight on the side of the Fireflower clan. Their insignia mark them as belonging to the Darshama clan. They must have seen you as you made your way here and mustered to defend their neighbors. How does Evardar respond? Call for your bows to concentrate fire on the new arrivals. Call for your forces to maintain focus against the Fireflowers. Call for your swords to charge the new arrivals. Have Yolanda send spirits to confuse their approach. Threaten them with reprisals if they desist. This is a tough call. When we did it, when they turned their... Yeah, let's concentrate fire on the new arrivals. They rumbled on undeterred. Let's just do a berserk attack and try and take advantage of our numbers. They could not hold their ground against our berserk frenzy. We gained the upper hand, and Darrow said that their war leader was a clever opponent. More fierce fighting. Oh, Christ! They fought cleverly, and our forces became disorganized. Their choice of tactics put an end to the fight. All right, well... I suppose I'll eventually learn just through brute force the combinations on this, but it was a bitter fight. Their battle magic dealt us a mighty blow. We were driven off and had no opportunity to obtain booty. Aided by the white goddess Irissa, our auxiliaries saved 2 warriors from dying and patched up 4 of the wounded. My chief is beset by doubts. I think we're just gonna go on another raid. And see, it's even matches for bows, but we do have more elites, so let's charge. Flyfires halted their advance and let us charge the distance between us. Take advantage of an opportunity for slaughter. Kaldurka and the fighters closest to her have managed to cut off a good number of the Fireflowers and have a good chance of killing all of them. Unfortunately, the enemy are in a defensive position. Assign enough warriors to make sure they remain out of the fight. No, actually, we'll just go attack them. Fireflowers called out for mercy, but Kaldurka took on a good number of them. I'll try pressing the attack. Their gamble failed as risky maneuvers left them in a worse situation. We gained the upper hand, and Darrow said that we might have been lucky, and it would be a tough battle. I think we'll just go berserk. Evardar strikes down the Fireflower chieftain, Eratus badly wounding him. Healers of the Fireflower clan auxiliary cry out for clemency. Waving the banner of Irissa the Merciful, one of them rides towards you, protected by an armed escort. How does Evardar respond? Fuse the request. She and her escort advanced anyway. Kill him. This act roused furious vengeance. They subjected us to a shattering charge. And we will fight cleverly. And we lost. They waited for just the right moment and gained advantage. Their choice of tactics helped end things. Yeah, so this is a tricky one. It was a bloody battle. Their battle magic shook up many of our warriors. We were driven off and had no opportunity to gain loot. Due to their prompt healing, our auxiliaries saved 6 warriors from dying and bandaged 4 of the wounded. I visited our fields and I'm getting worried. They have been growing barley on. We've been growing barley on them for 5 years now. They are starting to show signs of exhaustion. We could probably wait a year, but we need to prepare new fields. At least we can rotate some of our pasture land. I didn't even think of that. We're being raided by the Dar Shame. There are 13 chariots with another 108 on foot. They slipped past our patrols, and we could raise only 14 swords and 42 bows in time, and Darrow was worried at how many of them there were. Alright, I think at this point we need to do survival. Now, the way I'm reading this Spoke Shattering Bell thing is that we need to defeat them first, but let's try using this to see what happens. And let's start with magic, and again, I'm going to try and take advantage of the distance. As our priest completed the ritual, our bows began to glow. Meanwhile, our warriors grew more and more uneasy at the Dar Shama war bells. So let's try maneuver. Dar Shama charge hit us before we could reach advantageous ground. Let's try wait for opportunities. A trio of wheel nobles overpower your war leader and Darrow, gouging out his eyes. How does Kima, who wields the healing magic of Orisa and stands on the fringes of the battle among the auxiliaries, react? Again, it's a risky one, but I'm going to use the banner. So they loosed warning arrows. Keep going. They started shooting at Kipka despite the sanctity of a healer. They struck her with an arrow, wounding her. The ruthlessness struck fear into our hearts. They let Endaro live. This is a ritual shaming intended to honor Samnal, god of chariots, and to dishonor us as followers of his rival Halar. So that seems to be a pretty consistent answer when we pick those options. We'll try for clever. Yeah, this is still screwing us. So one of the Dar Shama chariots darted in to rescue a fallen fighter as others waited in readiness. They ended up gaining advantage. Larai said that this would be a tough battle. We'll try cautious. Yeah, we died. Chariots with blades on the axles took a cruel toll on our forces, and we had to fall back. It was soon over. So yeah, this is one of the ones where I'm not sure if it's a question of I missed something in the explanations. There seems to be some kind of like a rock, paper, scissors going on in the background, and it does give you little hints like saying it's a clever commander, which kind of indicates where the next one will be, but it definitely sort of feels like I get like one mistake, and then no matter how well the battle's going, the whole thing turns away. So I'll maybe consult the manual for that. The one thing I don't really want to do is look at the manual during the stream. And in the end, like, it hasn't been fatal. Like, in the end, we basically just wind up being a bank for every other tribe in the area. But the fighting was fierce. Our magic burned away theirs, but they fought as if this didn't matter. We were forced off the battlefield. The Dar Shame made off with 13 cows and 7 horses. They took out 28 cows worth of loot. With their careful attention, our auxiliaries saved 1 warrior from dying and bandaged 1 of the wounded. A chariot crew belonging to the Artarima clan drives up to your clan boundaries to request hospitality for a few hours. Their foot soldiers guard a group of captured rams bound for sale in the Wheel Kingdom to the north of the valley. Our merchandise has reached the limits of its endurance, says a ranking noble, Venrost. As we wish to arrive in good condition, we'll be grateful for permission to pause here a while. We'll make it worth your while. I don't like slavery. Goldtalon the Wheel took many of Thengrist's thanes as slaves. Thengrist the Ram returned the favor. The Ram clan might reward us for their return, provided they harbor no grudges against us. Well, I mean, I'm not crazy about the Rams, but we keep spirits and make them work for us. Why draw the line at the invisible world? And I'll go along with the circular's decision. Oh, this will be interesting. Yes, grant hospitality so that you can learn more than alert the captive's people. Thras gave us rings with ram decoration. We learned that the prisoners belong to the Orvisi clan, and that their captors plan to sell them to a trader named Kurash at a spot called Scar Hollow. Again, I'll take my chief diplomat. We broke through the Orvisi's suspicion to assure them we spoke true and their people could still be saved. Alright. So last year 30 babies were born, we initiated 17 children as adults. The clan has 1 fewer person, 54 fewer head of cattle, and 11 fewer horses than we did last sacred time. Our crafters produced 43 cows worth of goods. Our market made a profit of 37 cows worth of goods. Maintaining our shrines took 12 cows and goods worth 24 cows. This leaves the oak trees. The leaves of the oak trees fell off early, but nobody agreed as to what this signified. And we are now known for finding secrets that Haler left before he died. Pasture magic will help us raise more goats and cattle. Our herds are low, so this is a priority. Ritual magic will make it easier to ask Ozra and the other gods to share some of their mysteries. Often it's better to concentrate our magic in a few areas. Of course, they are all useful, and we have a lot of people suffering from wounds. Devote some of our magic to health rituals. So, I kind of want to try war, but I suppose this might be one. I think I'll do exploration. Yeah, I'll do exploration. Should check. Does anybody want me to read the saga? Sorry, I just need a minute. I'll skip the saga this time because it's all sad memories. The Rams rescued their slaves from the wheels. They expressed their gratitude in gifts, yet also, in one of their odd punning poems, we should embrace the possibility of the Tarame figuring out that it was us who told the Orvisi. The Flame Singers have recruited new warriors from the east. They were already powerful, and now they are mightier still. That is the way of warfare. Swords wish to fight on the winning side. I'm happy to say that our clan hall work is done. It now acts as a sacred space that helps us focus clan ventures. It couldn't have happened without everyone pitching in. Well, at least we got that. So we have way too many sick and wounded. Sacrificing to Orisa should be our highest priority, and then build her a shrine. I always thought we had a shrine to her. We should trade for more cattle. We don't have enough. Other clans would be interested to hear about the Yandlings. Let's share what we've learned by exploring. People would recover. Okay. And this is early season prepare. Okay. So, perform ceremonies to increase clan magic to help with another world ritual. It's ongoing combat training. I'm most curious about these. So it says convert to fields. Yeah, so I think the best we can hope for right now is to convert pastures to fields. Eisenor led the clan in the arduous work of burning out brambles from some of our grazing land. Then it was a much easier task to consecrate the newly cleared fields to Pella and Nyalda. The old fields became grazing land for our cows. Oh boy. A disease sweeps through your clan, leaving many ill. Several elders hover on the brink of death. Your priests have performed a divination and have identified this as a curse sent by the Sunbows. Goltalon, the charioteer, sent disease spirits against Stelfor and Zenagar. Stelfor sent curses back. Zenagar cured them. Irissa does not curse others with ill health, but she will withhold her blessings from those who send such curses, and will be fine in a day or two. Whether the curse. People worried that the clan was not doing enough to stop it. Alright. So clearly... divine disfavor? What for? Actually, let me just... So it is sick and wounded, so I have a feeling we'll have to do it for both. So let's start with the sick. Unfortunately, Kimka is wounded, so can't tell us too much here. Let's go for 10 herds. 7 of the sick. Irissa didn't reply. Oh. Because we did more than one. We are being raided by the Jerlenthi. There are 127 of them. Luckily, our patrol saw them in time. 19 swords and 81 bows met them. So we'll try driving them off. This time, let's just start... Well, no, we'll still do the ritual. Strong bow again. As our priest completed the ritual, our bows began to glow. We performed our ritual. So did the Jerlenthi. The wind picked up, and our archers cursed it. Let's try intimidating. Jerlenthi maneuvered to a better position despite our war whooping. Let Kaldurka have her day. Kaldurka feels the might of Osara filling her and spots a chance for personal heroism. Take out as many Jerlenthi warriors as possible. Kaldurka charges into a mass of Jerlenthi. Her quick sword carved a bloody path. Her mount struck out as well. It's a little more even. Let's hold our ground. Kaldurka sees a new force striving to join the fight on the Jerlenthi clan. Their insignia mark them as belonging to the Tor Ashta clan. How does Kaldurka respond? Have Yandela, let's confuse their approach. The spirits proved uncooperative. Yandela said that negotiating with spirits took time, which she had not been given. Let's try and wait for opportunities. Yeah, we're getting pushed back. They fought defensively, conserving their strength. Suddenly it seemed they might win. Larai said that she would have a hard time matching the enemy war leader. Let's just go for the risk, I guess. Yeah, we got screwed. They pressed their attack, and we fell back slightly. It was soon over. The fighting was fierce. Their battle magic deafened and dazed us, and their ritual kept blowing our arrows off target with its erratic winds. We were forced off the battlefield, and Jerlenthi made off with 19 cows and 13 horses, which they had trouble driving. They took 25 cows worth of loot. It would have been worse without our fortifications. With careful attention, our auxiliaries kept 5 warriors from dying and patched up 6 of the wounded. We still lost a lot. So, I think we were looking for... Obviously we can't... I think this is telling us that if we keep trying stuff with Irissa, it's not going to turn out for us. So, let's see if we can get anything... Trying to see if we can get anything about the getting the so you already have the calf blessing, so I suppose this means I'm gonna have to just do the good old-fashioned trading. Nope, I don't want to do that. Let's try and sell the spoke shattering bell. We've learned that the Flamesinger clan engaged in a year-long ritual, which just ended with them attacking the Wallachring clan. The Flamesingers were victorious and gained magical benefits. Their ancestors adopted the last survivor, Elimpur, after it was laid waste by the Rams. The Flamesingers hate Rams as much as Jaranak does. While we do that, let's keep exploring. Your trader and the Varys arrives at the Jade Colt village. Their circle confers. They say that they might be willing to buy the Spoke Shattering Bell. They would also consider offering Stelfor's Battle Standard. They summarize its ability. Aids battle leaders when they attack many lesser combatants at once. Let's try and sell it. They offer 41 cows worth of goods. They say it represents all the wealth they have available. Nope, 50 are home. A delegation for the Four Drum clan arrived to offer you aid. We have heard that you are in need, they say. We hold you in great esteem and do not wish to see you suffer. They wonder what they may grant you to get you through your present difficulties. What do you ask for? Cows. They give us 27 cows. Thank them and tell them you consider this gift the discharge of a favor that they owed you. We agreed that they discharged the favor that they owed us. Word has it that one of the nearby Ram people settlements has flooded with migrants from parts unknown. Observers said that some of the newcomers bolstering the Orvisi clan were well armed and carried themselves as formidable warriors. Huh. Right now, we need everyone on the crops. A gift now will help us trade with them later. We are good at winning trust. The people will find it wise not to involve ourselves. And with all those new warriors, they won't want to tie themselves to any peace deals. I'm still going for it. We sought a non-aggression pact with them, and they laughed and said that they did not bring in more warriors because they were hoping to make peace. Larai said that she did not blame herself, as we had yet to fully understand these odd foreigners. I suppose I should have expected that. At this point, I think we will just do confirm. While exploring the northeast, Kaldurka's exploratory mission comes upon a group of strange outlanders engaged in a ritual. Through the course of the ritual, in which they howl and bang on drums, they turn from wolf to human and back again. Chance to use my bow. Shoot arrows at them. Converse with them when their ritual is ended. Observe, slipping away when they complete the ritual. Yeah, let's, we won't attack. Let's just observe and head away. The ceremony revealed ways of dealing with the spirit world vastly different from our own. Kaldurka could not make head nor tail of this unfamiliar ceremony. They caught sight of us and took violent objection to being spied upon. They hurled stones and spears. Some of these missiles struck our horses, 2 of which were lamed and had to be put down. Sacrifice with at least 6 cows, twice as much would be better. Let's try 12 goods then, or 13, why not? Merciful Irissa cured all our sick. Excellent. Kaldurka's party is back from the northeast. You find 8 young horses grazing in your pasture lands. Someone employed trickery to remove their brand, suggesting that thieves stole them but then lost or abandoned them. Not long after, a Greywing delegation shows up at your clan boundary seeking its lost horses. They are not accusing you of theft, merely saying that you have custody of their horses, which an honest class would have no choice but to return. They would be displeased of us if they don't get those horses, but not enough to attack us. So if our women are married to that clan, by custom those horses are ours now. Akarna punishes cheaters and thieves, however we are not the thieves here. And Valero's horses kept following Asra's light. He complained to his father Elmal, who said, "You should have shone brighter." Alright, let's just take a quick look at who the Greywings are. Radic chiefmans, they fear us, and they owe us a favor. Yeah, well, Screw you. They were once your horses, but now they are legally ours. They had to admit that custom was on our side. We had not taken the horses, but the gods had led them to our lands. Though clearly not happy, they had no choice but to back off. To maintain our temples, we're currently devoting 12 cows and 24 goods to the gods each year, which, again, in terms of rates of growth, because my cattle is not so good. Food situation is good, and stored food will go bad. We should sell some. Ah. My party and I were able to cross the Black Eel River without too much trouble. I do worry that next time might not be as easy, even though this river was not as powerful as the Arcos, which flowed in our ancestral homeland. Well then. Let's try survival on this one. Firehoof allowing your forces to fight with you. We need numbers. Our magicians were able to complete the Firehoof ritual in enough time that we were ready to meet the troll advance. As our priests completed the ritual, the hooves of our horses began to spark as they pranced about, ready to attack. Let's have Kaldurka have her day. Kaldurka feels the power of Ozra filling her and spots a chance for personal heroism. Fight a gigantic troll scarred with the death rune. Everyone stopped to watch a duel that seemingly went on forever. Then the troll fell, Kaldurka raised her blade in thanks to Ozra, and rode back to our ranks. Let's try conserving strength. Troll shamans hanging back from the main force bang on massive drums. Their secret weapon heaves into view, a spider as big as a house. It spears one of your bows with a sharpened foreleg, raising him to its twitching mandibles to be torn apart and eaten. Your forces fall back in fright. What does Cherokee do? So attack shamans, climb up its leg and try to stab its head. Climb its leg and try to stab its underbelly. Rally your bows to concentrate fire on it, or ride circles around it. So he's an excellent combatant. Hello, electronic puppets. How you doing? Let's climb up the leg and stab the head. Cherokee leapt from his horse onto one of the spider's legs, hanging on despite its efforts to shake him off. He shimmied up the body. Raising his sword, Cherokee slashed down the head. The creature caught Cherokee's wrist in its mandibles, severing it. Sword and hand fell to ground. To our horror, it devoured Cherokee. Roaring in ravenous glee, trolls fell upon us, pushing us back. I guess we need to use our smarts? Nope. We were hard-pressed to face their berserk frenzy, and it was soon over. It was a short, nasty battle. Their battle magic was a major factor. We were driven from the battlefield. The trolls killed and ate 46 cows and 11 horses. Aided by the white goddess Orisa, our auxiliaries kept 4 warriors from dying and healed 3 of the wounded. It's been a rough day, electronic puppets. I started with really, really sore eyes. They're actually still not better. And my video card is dying, so we didn't get to do that. Although it's obviously giving me a chance to get back to 6 Ages. And I've got some backseating problems, but I think they left. So, but I really like 6 Ages, even though I'm having a really rough time of it. So I'm interested. I think the only real difficulty I have right now is I feel a little stuck. I'm trying to address some of the issues that I'm running into, such as, okay, I need herds, so maybe I can go raid for them, but I always seem to be losing the raids. And then I start to make a little bit of gain, and then trolls kind of come out of nowhere and take me out. So it's challenging, but oh, we have a venture. So first thing we should do, if I can, is heal the wounded. Can't do that, but I can do herding, so let's start that. Listina helped us round up strays. Thanks to her leadership, over many weeks, the herders figured we now had 17 more cows and 3 more horses than we would have otherwise lost. Yeah, so electronic puppets, it turns out, so I have somewhat sensitive skin. So the funny thing is that I've got a really weird, tenacity on stuff like that. So, for the longest time, I just had this like really red and sore face every time I shaved. It actually took a girlfriend to like point out, is like, that looks like that hurt. And then I was like, to me, that was just shaving. Like, no, like, you should check that out. It actually took me talking to my dad, who apparently has it. So if I use... So I didn't know there were different types of shaving cream, but sure enough, like, I use sensitive skin, and, like, it did not feel really painful to shave anymore. So it turns out there's actually... So I never would have thought this was true for eyes, but it actually turns out that there are different types of contact lens fluid, and that same sensitivity affects my eyes. Now, this isn't normally a big deal because I can sometimes switch between glasses and contacts, so whenever my eyes felt too uncomfortable, I would just put on glasses or whatever. But my glasses have kind of broken. I'm wearing my broken glasses right now. But basically, because I was wearing my contacts more and more, and obviously, putting them away and whatnot, it's the same deal. Like, it was uncomfortable to put them on, and it just got progressively more uncomfortable until I was like, okay, I can't stand this anymore. I'm going to put on glasses. And someone pointed out that, yes, there are different types of contact lens fluid, and if you use sensitive, shaving cream, try this brand, and it will probably help. So, I'm going to give that a shot. Jade Cult emissaries offer a gift of story tent thread worth 5 cows, but the real purpose of their visit is to converse about the Rams. They recall how your ancestors helped broker deals between foreigners. They ask if you've heard at all about the Ram people moving in from the south. We are keeping an eye on this. In the meantime, we let the Ram killers know. The Jade Colts say that more Ram tribes live south of the local Rams, and even more around Mount Wintertop. Some say their priests fly to the mountain peak all the time. The Rams say that this is the Age of Storm. After sharing more minor news and speculation about the Rams just across the Black Eel River, they ask for your thoughts. So, the Rams trace their descent through Vincot to Orlanth, the storm god who slew the sun. They've lost a bunch of people. Their god Orlanth is helped by many of the other storm gods, including his son Vincot, who founded the different Ram tribes. The Rams have been around since the death of Yelm. I think they're genuinely curious about our viewpoint. If it is at odds with their own, there will be no lasting harm to our friendship. Should form a kingdom to fight the Rams. They would have nothing of this. Halar warned us that kings would limit our freedom. The Jade Cult visitors moved on to other subjects and left promising to praise our hospitality. No, honestly electronic. So I was really worried in the morning, and then when it was explained to me that was a thing, it felt right. So I'll give it the weekend. I'm feeling better than the morning. But obviously it's been a trying day. Like, I was, I've been contending with this video card problem. I really wanted to try and leave it for the first half of 2020 to do that upgrade, but I bought it. Like, I actually canceled an Amazon order this morning and I redid it, and it's like $100 more. So yeah, like, it's just been a bunch of stuff that's kind of like that's gone wrong today. But playing a fun game is a nice way around it. Although the game's being a bit unkind to me right now. Our caravan is back from the Barmerings. The Barmering traders were pleased to receive our first caravan to them. We traded less than 4 weeks' worth of food for 25 shaggy cattle. They asked about buying our horses, but of course we had not brought any to trade with the rams. Ah, crap. We are being raided by the Orvisi. There are 139 of them. They slipped past our patrols, and we could only raise 9. Jesus. Survival. Start with a skirmish. The VC advance was on us with only light casualties. Again, we'll let Kaldurka do her thing. Take out as many Orvisi. Kaldurka charged into a mass of Orvisi, and her flashing blade cut down many of them. Her steed struck out as well. The Orvisi gave ground in panic. Let's do a fierce fight. Yeah, it didn't work. They fought more fiercely, forcing us to fall back slightly. The battle began to swing their way. Lorelei said that this would be a tough battle. In this case, so usually waiting for opportunities has lost it for us, so I'm going to do something counterintuitive and just go berserk. Yeah, we pressed their attack and we fell back slightly. It was soon over. It was a brief but bloody battle. Their battle magic stunned many of our warriors. We were driven from the battlefield. The Orvisi made off with 27 cows and 10 horses, which they had trouble driving. They took 22 cows worth of loot. Using healing magic, our auxiliaries kept 3 warriors from dying and bandaged 4 of the wounded. Once more, we were attacked by the distant Ram clan, the Orvisi. Their ability to send large raiding parties anywhere in the valley is concerning. We don't have the ability to strike back at will. So, first thing I need to do is the magic. Let's get our... In this case, we need to get our wounded dealt with. So in this case, we'll do 12 goods, even though we can't really afford it. 18's not bad, but we still need more. I mean, it kind of, but if I follow... So they seem to have corresponded as well to the text, and it seems that for each of the combinations, I always keep getting beaten by them. So I'm actually going to consult the manual to see if there's more information that I can pull out of it. But I'm going to assume that part of it comes down to the fact that the numbers are so different, but I've also had cases where I've outnumbered the opponent, and it still just winds up being like a rout. So all right, last year 20 babies were born. We initiated 19 children as adults. The clan has 33 fewer people, 11 fewer head of cattle, and 20 fewer horses than we did last sacred time. Our crafters produced 33 cows worth of goods. Our market made a profit of 43 cows worth of goods. Maintaining our shrines and temples took 12 cows and goods worth 24 cows. The priest dreamed of Ozra and Zarlin racing across the heavens. This meant good fortune for your raids in the coming year. So we'll go for war. Cannot afford to make the proper sacrifices to Nyalda, and our shrine has fallen into disrepair. Currently maintaining our shrines and temples takes 12 cows and 24 cows worth of goods each year. The booming-voiced rams of the Erthling clan, feared for their mastery of thunder, attacked the Arrowstone clan, killing many of their warriors. The Arrowstones are our allies. The thundering Earthlings are distant, and so it will be hard for us to avenge the Arrowstones. You might recall when Lyafor, Ivtu, and I gained fire magic. We were only children then. Thanks to your wisdom and mercy, I have survived to come of age. I feel Elmal's gift deep within me, both in the worship circle and on the field of battle. I put myself at your service. Okay. Although clans often give council seats to each family, this is not a requirement. Scouring the Valley of Bandits will make all of our missions safer. I'm not sure how we do that, though. Clan is fairly open-minded right now. Other clans would be interested to hear about the Wolf People. Let's share what we've learned by exploring. People would recover from their wounds faster if we had a shrine to Orissa. We do. We have way too many wounded. Sacrificing to Orissa should be our highest priority, then build her a shrine. I'm concerned on how unhappy our people are. We can perform a venture to improve their mood. Scour for bandits. Search out any bandit. Well, that answers that. Because I don't have... I think I will do Scour for bandits. Kaldurka and her party were unable to find any bandits despite searching for many days and nights, but they suspected that the bandits had heard them coming. We've not done enough to ensure people are fed. We do have plenty of food for now, but that won't last if we don't take action. We will probably eat more than we can produce over the coming year. We should ask for blessed barley from Pella. Okay. We are... Okay, let's read the... I'm going to read the war screen full out, so... Or actually... Combat is probably what I should be reading. But let's read the war screen first. The war screen allows you to review how many warriors are unavailable, recruit swords, build fortifications, raid other clans, track the clan's recent military history. The details of combat are discussed later. Military organization. Swords are dedicated warriors whose responsibilities are to fight, patrol, and guard their clanmates from attack, either at home or while traveling through the valley. Swords expect better food and regular gifts. In return, they are willing to fight in most battles, perform special acts of daring do, guard emissaries, look after trading missions, and go exploring. Not to mention die. An awful lot of them die. Soon you will need to click the small swords button frequently to recruit more of them. Usually there are bows willing to become warriors, or swords can be recruited outside the clan, from neighbors and immigrants. Outsiders will be more likely to join your ranks if you offer extra gifts. In a few circumstances, you may want to use the swords button to dismiss full-time warriors. Bows. Able-bodied hailering men are expected to fight as mounted archers. Many women choose to do so as well. Given enough warning, all of your bows will muster to fight off an enemy raid. The short call. Herd raids require an urgent response, too quick for bows to gather. Raiders who quickly arm themselves to respond to enemy aggression or to launch quick attacks are known as the short call. Along with the ever-vigilant swords, short call warriors also stand ready to guard traders, emissaries, and explorers. Auxiliaries. Auxiliaries are non-combatants, usually but not always women, who accompany the warriors, cheering them on and supporting them with healing magic. Normally this is routine, but occasionally they will be threatened. Wounds. Your warriors often end up wounded. You'll be unable to call on them until they recover, either as time passes or you ask Irissa or a spirit to heal them. Fortifications. Fortifications cost goods to build, but do not subtract further goods for maintenance. Most fortifications reduce the amount of wealth lost if enemies defeat you in battle and plunder you. They also reduce the number of casualties your forces suffer when you choose survival as your battle objective. See below. Fortification effects are cumulative. A stone wall and a ditch are better than just a stone wall. 2 fortifications have special functions. A watchtower increases your chances of spotting raids and herd raids, and a stake perimeter offers extra protection against horse-using foes. Raids. When to raids. During sea season, the farmers are planting and may refuse to muster for a raid. When you do manage to launch a raid anyway, the farmers will have to ignore some of their work and the harvest will suffer. On the plus side, your enemies do not expect to be raided in sea season, or in earth season for that matter, and will be easier to surprise. In fire season, the warriors expect to raid and be raided, since the weather is fine and the crops need little attention. Every hand is needed for the earth season to harvest, and your farmers are unlikely to be willing to raid. If they do, some of the harvest will be left in the field. Dark season is usually too cold to embark on a raid. Storm season is a reasonable time for raiding, although the weather changes unpredictably. Nobody raids during the sacred time rituals. It's far more important to properly perform the ceremonies that renew the world. Herd raid. Stealing for your neighbor's cows and goats is a tradition dating from soon after your ancestors left the Golden City. Ideally, a small group of raiders sneaks into another clan's land and drives home a small herd unnoticed. In practice, the target's patrol often spots the raiders and either chases them off or engages in a small battle. If you never seem to succeed in getting away with the enemy's cows, you're probably sending too many warriors. You can only launch herd raids against nearby clans. Herd raids are quick strikes that attempt to take advantage of another clan's lax patrols. The idea is to get in and out without fighting a pitched battle. When herd raiders are forced to fight, the resulting confrontation is treated like any other battle, with 2 exceptions. The combat will be much briefer than usual, and any plunder seized by cattle raiders will consist only of animals stolen from the herd, not goods taken from houses. Raids. Raids are determined attacks deeper into the clan's land, usually in search of plunder. Unlike herd raids, raids always force a battle with at least some of the defending warriors, even if the raid manages to slip past the defending patrols. The normal targets for raids are nearby clans, but you can also raid feuding clans, no matter how distant. There may also be other situations where you can retaliate against a distant clan. It's generally not possible to raid non-humans or distant foreigners. Their homes are remote, secret, or too well defended. Outside of planting and harvest season, a clan that is allied to you or that owes you a favor may send warriors to help your raid if you ask. These warriors will be a mix of swords and bows, and will demand a share of the plunder if you win. Win or lose, you will owe that clan a favor. The more warriors you take, the better chance you have of winning the battle. As in most other military situations, a single sword fights as well as 5 bows. If you take all of your warriors on a raid, the other clans may seize the chance to raid your cattle while the herds are undefended. That's what happened to us. We know what the military screen means, so let's go to combat. In many crises, combat is very abstract. If you raid or are raided, the game goes into a little more detail. Spending clan magic will give you a combat bonus, as will any rituals you are able to perform. Your overall objective influences casualties, e.g. choosing kill as many as possible makes that a priority, and may impact available combat options. Survival tries to take advantage of your fortifications. Combat is a series of rounds. Both sides pick an option. Clans that fear you will tend towards more cautious combat options. Conversely, clans that mock you are more likely to choose risky options, and their chief will also influence their choices. Each round of combat tests the skills of your war leader against the enemies. Magic and various circumstances affect your odds. Small-scale combats are always uncertain, the favor of gods often seems random, but the gods smile on larger forces and better leaders. War blessings also matter. Once the two sides close, you'll have a different set of options. Combat continues until one side has accrued a significant advantage or the other collapses. The display at the bottom shows the relative advantage of each force based on the position of the symbols and how close they are to overall success, the line beneath. So that we've more or less figured out. Disengaged options. Some options work better than others. For example, it's simpler to advance than to maneuver, so the side that picks advance has a bonus, but a successful maneuver gives that side a bonus for the next round. Likewise, it's hard to evade if your foe is charging. Advance, close the distance by advancing at a normal pace. Charge, close the distance by charging headlong into the foe. Intimidate, your forces whoop and perform daring acts of riding in order to cow the opponent. A side that loses morale won't be able to choose riskier options. Maneuver, close the distance by carefully choosing your position and setting up an advantage. Parlay, send a herald to talk to the enemy. If you're raiding, you can try to extort tribute in exchange for not attacking. If you're being raided, you can try to pay off the attacker. Taunting the enemy can influence morale on either side, though it's more effective if a clan fears you. Reserve, this option places 1 in 7 fighters as a reserve force. You will be weaker, but later get a bonus when you commit the fresh reserves. Ritual, perform a combat ritual that will influence subsequent rounds. You need to have clan magic at the start of combat or devoted to war during sacred time to be able to use this option. Skirmish, loose arrows at your foe. Engaged options. Once 2 forces engage, combat options typically have a degree of ferocity, how many casualties you will deal, and risk, how many casualties you will take. And some options are more likely to succeed or bring you closer to victory if they are successful. For example, waiting for opportunities means you're less likely to win a round, but if you do, you're more likely to win the overall battle. This chart summarizes this. Alright, this is what I was looking for. So Berserk, higher ferocity, higher risk. Clever. Okay, so basically, clever, risks, and wait for opportunities are the ones that increase the clever, risk, and wait. All right. I think in this case, I'm actually going to go... Well, no, we should probably... I'm going to assume that Feast is actually going to require... Okay, I'm going to do combat training. I do need to work on morale, but in this case, conduct combat drills so the clan fights more effectively. Training is good for a year. The clan started weekly archery practice. Yadakan was disappointed that people weren't very enthusiastic. Still, he thought that we would be better prepared for our next battle. Emissaries from the Grey Wing clan appear at your clan boundaries to request that you discharge a favor you owe them. Their chieftain, Vishala, has instructed them to ask for 5 horses. This would be the customary amount. Zengar incurred few obligations and never for long. We have 200. Let's figure out how to keep them. Can't afford to pay. Yep, we'll give them what they ask. We're short, but they thanked us and departed. So it's fire season. Let's go for a raid. Let's try and find whoever is weak. Okay, so our... Alright, we'll try these guys. I'm not leaving that much in terms of defense, but... Our raiders could not find a place to cross the Black Eel River. Thousands of eels swarmed and the horses wouldn't go near them. Draw on clan magic to disperse the eels. With the support of the clan's magic, they were able to cross and continued their journey. The Artarima patrols detected us, and our 18 swords and 80 bows are facing 14 charioteers and 105 footmen. We'll go for the spoke-shattering bell again, so... Plunder. And we don't get the manual again, so... let's start with a skirmish to try and thin out their numbers. Just as our skirmishers began loosing their missiles, the Terame sent out a herald. Do you agree to parley? Look forward to crushing you under our wheels. Taunt them back. Perhaps your chief should be leading his chariots instead of using them as shields. Their emissary immediately broke off the parley. Apparently, this hits too close to home. Larai laughed and rode back to our lines to amuse our warriors with the story. The Artarima advance was on us before we had loosed many volleys. So let's do fight cautiously. As you fight the Artarime, you hear a din from the other side of the battlefield. A group of warriors from the Pral Un clan drives towards your foes, spears and bows poised to attack them. The two clans are neighbors, not good ones from the looks of it. The Pral Uni must have seen you headed there, mustered, and gone around the other way to flank the Artarime. Endaro recalls glimpsing a scouting party. That must have been them. What does Endaro command? Call Elmel's blessing upon them, support them as they lead a strike, hit as hard as they do, strive to outdo them against the Artarime. Yeah, we'll let competition drive our performance. They struck the Artarime hard, but not as hard as we did. Alright, so we have the advantage of numbers, so we can try and inflict, but in this case, let's wait for opportunities. Oh, we got pushed back. We thought we saw an opportunity, but it turned out they were merely feigning to draw us out and sent their death cards at us. The battle began to swing their way, and Darrow said that he would have a hard time matching the enemy war leader. So, let's do fight cleverly, although we tend to lose when we do this one. Yeah, I don't get it at all. They fought even more cleverly than we did. Their choice of tactics had put an end to the fight. It was a bloody battle, but we were driven off and had no opportunity to gain loot. With their careful attention, our auxiliaries kept 5 warriors from dying and bandaged 7 of the wounded. Some people questioned the omens since our luck was not good. Others thought that our Terame had simply been granted more luck by their gods. I suppose the good news is we didn't lose too many people. Nothing. Without quite saying so, they made it clear that they had hoped for at least a nominal gift, even though we had not asked them to fight for us. Yeah, well, we didn't win, so... So I'm just going to double check. So now that I have the moves that I did somewhat fresh. So yeah, all of the moves that we did, save for like the take risks to win, all of the options that we did were the higher victory probabilities, and we still had a very similar loss. Although the Owl Spirit swore to help us, we have not asked it to. It's getting restive. Oh, Christ. We're being raided by the Barmerings. There are 138 of them. Luckily, our patrols saw them in time, and 27 swords and 76 of the bows met them. And Darrow noted that the Barmering chief was noted for his caution. Let's do survival here. And we'll start with a skirmish to thin out the numbers. That did not work well. So here I'm going to go pure caution all the way. The Barmerings rushed before we'd loosed more than a few volleys. Kaldurka sees a new force rushing to join the fight on the side of the Barmering clan. Their insignia mark them as belonging to the Welkering clan. How does Kaldurka respond? I guess we need to try and take out the new numbers. Our fusillade drove them back. Their fervor to join the Barmerings was not so great after all. This reversal clearly disheartened the Barmerings. Again, more caution. Oh, look at that! This is so dumb! They waited for just the right moment, gained an advantage. Suddenly it seemed that they might win, and Darrow said he would have a hard time. Again, we'll wait for opportunities, but this almost certainly is going to lose. Yeah. They fought defensively, conserving the strength. It was soon over. I'm not even reading that summary. I'm actually starting to get a little annoyed with the combat here. A delegation of swords from the Jade Colt clan arrives to demand an annual tribute of 20 cows. Although the Jade Colts herd only horses, they often deal with other clans who accept cows as wealth. I'm just refusing. The Jade Colts laughed and said we would see them soon. The people feared the coming onslaught. So it's Earth season. We can't do anything about the I think actually at this point we'll just hit confirm to turn over. Delegation of priestesses from the Orvisi clan come to solicit gifts celebrating the birth of a baby girl. They say that she is special because she was born to the youngest of the three sisters, priestesses descended from Vingkot, founder of their people, and thus also from Orlanth, their sun-slaying god. Our people considered this an odd presumption on the part of the Rams, who are foreigners and often our foes, but they did give us 2 of their shaggy cows, gaining hospitality from our patrols. Rams did not ask for a natal present before raising the city of Elimpur. This is a tough one. Don't give or sacrifice any stock. We can't afford to give them goods. The Rams aren't as adept with spirits as we are. I can help find us a good one. Our magic is strong enough to call a useful spirit without great effort, and they are disposed against us and may not receive gifts with the enthusiasm we decline. Yes. They accepted this and departed. We were not the only riders to refuse to recognize the baby Redalda, they said. Rams of the Jendari clan hail you on the clan boundary using the signs of respect recognized by your people. We seek brief respite among you, they say, suggesting that they will give a gift in exchange for your hospitality. We've been fortunate enough to capture prisoners from our hated foes, the violent and despicable Gerenthi. If you have come to distrust my people, it is because of the evil done by them and their kind. They refuse to compensate us for the many wrongs they've done, giving us no choice but to take our captives south to sell them to the southern kingdoms. I'm sure the Rams have some story or other justifying their mistreatment of their own people. We must aid those wretches. People are not cattle to be bought or sold. Arm the prisoners. We do not approve of slavery. We don't have an opinion on this, and the Jendari are more likely to heed us than the Gerenthi. Here we'll attack the slavers. Despite the suddenness of our attack... Oh, God. They rallied quickly. 2 warriors died and 3 suffered injuries. We lost 1 horse too. The slaves fled during the melee. We recognized the victorious Jandare would likely recapture them. So dark season is not a good time to go out, as we learned. Actually, I will try a herd raid. Yeah, that's the second time that's happened. So our warriors got caught in a fierce blizzard. They were forced to turn back. Several of them may lose toes from frostbite. A party of wretched Yeleni come to you begging a favor. We try to farm as you do, but when we fled the destruction of our city, we had to leave all but one of the old gods behind. To revive our connection to the grain goddess Pella, we ask that you marry one of our young priestesses into our clan. We do not keep cows and cannot give you the bride price you expect, but we can give you treasure which aids in finding game, berries, and hidden foes. If you wanted to marry someone to buzzard people, the most likely candidate would be a young woman named Enderai, who can whirl to Pella's side. Neither she nor any of your other marriageable women show any interest in such a match, or so their families, who make the final decision, say. We could not take all our gods with us from the Golden City, but at least we had some time to prepare. We could always stand to improve our foraging. Requiring someone to marry into the Vulture people against their will would be unpopular, to say the least. Treasure is worth more than twice the usual bride price. The marriage to tie a Valley clan to would sow a lasting reward. Not so with the Buzzard people, and we know nothing of the groom. If they make their requests of a less kindly clan, they will be taken as slaves, and if we direct them to a clan that trades slaves, we are asking for these Vulture people to be sold to bondage. Persuade them that no rider will ever grant... Yeah, that seems the right thing to do. Do you soften your message with a gift? No. They accepted that their aim was fruitless and journeyed back north. People said that the council had done the kindly thing. Alright, let's try another herd raid here. We managed to sneak around the Darshama patrols and spirit away 20 cows without ever being noticed. So I'm going to take advantage of the storm season to keep doing this. I don't know anything about the Sunbow. We managed to keep hidden until the last moment and steal 15 cows without meeting any trouble. Lerai died of old age. Ah, she was my best diplomat. The clan will miss her even-handed diplomacy. Ideally, in a rider clan, every adult has a horse. Right now, we only have 190 horses and 288 adults. We could not afford to make proper sacrifices to Busanare, and now our temple is effectively just a shrine. Currently maintaining our shrine temples takes 10 cows and 20 cows worth of goods each year. Okay. Last year, 17 babies were born, and we initiated 19 children as adults. The clan has 3 fewer people, 37 more head of cattle, and 9 fewer horses than we did last sacred time. Our crafters produced 22 cows worth of goods. Our market made a profit of 42 cows worth of goods. Maintaining our shrines and temples took 10 cows and goods worth 20 cows. Our explorers are likely to meet with misfortune this year. We are known for finding secrets Hylar left before he died, and we don't have a complete circle, so our clan magic is weaker. Well, we didn't have a chance to replace her, so... and again, I could read the saga, but I know I'm getting close to the end here, so I'm going to try and make a little more progress if I can. I think pastures will help me with the horses. I'm going to try some war. We won't do exploring, but we will do crafts. As a child, I prematurely gained fire magic. Now I am a woman. I will wield my magics and martial powers for the Star Dancers for as long as I am with you. But naturally, I would like to marry someday. And between you and me, none of the prospects in this clan suit me. They say I am like Yatakan, but we are too much alike. Or sorry, I may like Yatakan. Okay. So we're looking for a good diplomat. So Yandala, very good. Yeah, I mean, our options here are Kaldurka or Yandala, and Kaldurka I want for other roles. So the clan needs the best diplomat to sit on the council. You can ask anyone, but they will all point to me. Congratulations, you made it. There we go. The Black Spears would probably give us information about distant lands if we sent an emissary to collect the favor that they owe us. Okay, good to know. Stock belonging to one of your 7 families, the Zarets, has been driven off by hungry trolls. The Zaret member of the clan circle, Kimka, offers complaints that her family is ill-treated. Now she asks the rest of the clan to compensate for the loss of their stock. This all comes down to how the clan is feeling. I could give this request credence if it came from a mighty warrior. Moving cows between us solves nothing. We must lose fewer cows in the first place. People will be happiest if the chieftain pays. Once the chieftain distributes animals to a family, they belong to that family. So do any losses they suffer. But Haler said new circumstances call for new laws. Long have we suffered the burning arrows of disrespect. Now is your chance to make that right. Yeah, so. And because Haler gave us freedom, disobeying custom on this small matter does not affect our magic one way or the other. In this case, let's get the chieftain to offset it. People complain that the chieftain was giving in to the complainers. Maybe someone should complain now, everyone should complain now, they said. But Endaro convinces them that squabbling between families makes clans weak, and all is forgiven. Or forgot, sorry. Wasn't paying enough attention. Alright. So, I think we'll start scouring for bandits. Kaldurka and her party weren't able to find any bandits, despite searching for many days and nights, but they suspected the bandits were warned by the bandit gods. Naui, an emissary from the Jade Cult clan, comes to you with the cows you recently lost to troll raiders. I found these bearing your clan's brand, she says, next to some dead trolls. Whatever killed them must have been bigger and hungrier than they were, if such a thing can be imagined. So I think everyone is going to say... we might benefit from the sacrifice too, though it will cost the... Though at the cost of goods we can ill afford. I think in this case we will... I don't want to do this, but I want to try and keep my resources, so... She departs with a funny look on her face, as if she expected more from you. I mean, they did ask me for tribute, so... I'm curious why I have Divine Disfavor. So I definitely need to get horses, and it seems that herd raids are not doing the trick. I'm sure at this point it's going to like, oh, these guys again. We eluded the Darshama patrols, and our 20 swords and 80 bows are facing only 3 charioteers and 58 footmen. And Daro was pleased that we outnumbered them. Still, winning was never a sure thing. You don't need to tell me twice. Okay. So let's start with a skirmish. Just as our skirmishers began losing their missiles, the Darshame sent out a herald. We'll give you 17 cows worth of goods if you do not attack today or during next year. Demand more. Refused. It is said that the gods don't favor the greedy, so we will take our chances on the battlefield. We drove the Darshame from the field with a withering barrage of arrows. Holy crap, the first time I've won in forever. We drove the Darshame from the field with a withering barrage of arrows. We captured 15 cows, and we seized the mighty whooping rattle. Ha! Oh, God. We're being raided by the Jade Colts. They're attacking because we refused their tribute demand. There are 128 raiders in total. They slipped past our patrols, and we could only raise 14 swords and 40 of our bows in time, and Darrow was concerned that we were outnumbered. Darrow noted that the Jade Colt chief was noted for his caution, and his clan respected our might. They might avoid riskier tactics. Start with a parlay. The Jade Colts might have been starting some sort of magical preparation, but stopped to receive our herald. The Jade Colts have agreed to talk with you, and Darrow, your war leader, points out that the Jade Colt forces are stronger than ours. Let's conciliate them. Yandala managed to calm them, and the Jade Colts eventually returned home without attacking. And now we're being raided by the Fireflowers. There are 117 raiders in total. They slipped past the patrols, could only raise 14 souls and 40 bows. We already used up all the magic. So we'll do survival. Let's see if we can do the same trick. Conciliate. Yandala tried to conciliate the Fireflowers, but was shouted down. Their emissaries returned to their lines. So let's thin out the numbers first. We tried to hold the Fireflowers off with arrows, but they managed to use the terrain to outflank us. So I'm gonna go fierce on this one to try and take down the numbers. No, it didn't work. The front rank held off our advance, letting those in the back rest a little. They gained the upper hand, and Darrow said that he thought he and the enemy war leader were well matched. I think we'll go berserk again. Yeah, that didn't work. It was a short, nasty battle. Their combat magic shook up many of our warriors. We were driven from the battlefield. The Fireflowers drove on, with 23 cows and 16 horses. So despite the fact that we totally creamed the other side, we got like 15 cows. These guys have to fight a battle, and they get 16 horses out of this? I don't get this combat system at all. "19 cows and 1 horse." Our herders report that we sent nearly all our warriors to raid the Fireflowers and the Drellin, of course. The Flame Singers, who would rather raid others than toil in the fields, hit the Zarhawks last season and the Wrathings just now. Both times they emerged victorious, leaving the field with cows and bushels of barley. We should strive to be more like them. A herd of 26 cows have wandered onto your pasture land with no herder in sight. Their ownership markings have been scrambled by mischief spirits. These spirits, called Zalzem, play pranks involving livestock all the time, from time to time. Trolls came and stole the cow mother. Elmel found her before they could eat her, and they said she was wandering, and we gave her shelter. Sacrifice for a war blessing. Sacrifice to green our pastures. If we trade away cows, their owners won't catch us with them. Mischief spirits or not, these cows became ours when they wandered onto our pastures. Getting cows has buoyed the clan's mood. Let's not reverse that, and a divination will be taxing. Yeah, let's keep the cows. The people celebrated their good fortune and the wisdom of the clan circle in not ruining it. Okay. I'm gonna say at this point we need to trade for the horses. So what kind of wealth do we have? Basically nothing. Actually, in this case, let's just sell the food. Through trade goods worth 1 cow into the river. Our wealth disappeared, but the river gave no signs of caring, and Devarius said that we had no ancient rituals dealing with the forces of water, so this was not a surprise. Traders mentioned that nobles of a particularly thin-skinned wheel clan, the Paral Uni, have been telling tales against you. The next time you injure their dignity, they'll teach you to mind your place. They threaten a feud, which the wheels call an oath of enmity. tradition of feuds did not exist before the Exodus, and they do not acknowledge that they have adopted any new customs since the Golden City. Their peculiar sensitivities and blind arrogance make feuds with wheels especially hard to end. As Talvo, founding king of the Northern Wheels, swore a vow never to forgive a foe. They put on airs, but have reason to be wary of us. The people aren't so worried about the wheel. They adopted their trade god after the Exodus, but do not admit it. It is easier to avert a feud than to end one, especially with stuck-up wheels. They sometimes capture and blind us. In a rite, they say Elmal taught them, and I see no easy way here. We'll try to convince them that they have more to fear from a feud than you do. I'm actually mildly tempted to bring Kaldurka here, because the diplomacy is matched, and she is one of my strongest warriors, so... Kaldurka reminded them how many times we had bested charioteers, and that we knew how to exploit the weaknesses of their war carts. The nobles did not flinch, but we could tell that our arguments sunk in all the same. Alright, so we have to bring in the harvest here. Fortifications ruined. I don't think I can afford any of these. Well, I can make the watchtower. Yeah, although the last couple of times that sorry, I only just saw that now, Zenzai. When I put a bunch of magic in on some of those previous combats, it didn't seem to make the difference. So one of the problems that I've had is that I've wanted to try and do the whole game on stream, and I might actually benefit more from playing it privately a little, understanding the game better, and then jumping back in, because it's like, I'm quite fond of the game overall. I think it's really interesting, and it's one that I want to keep doing. But there is a certain point where in games, if you feel like you're hopeless in terms of, like, you know, it doesn't really matter what you do, it's going to be a sour outcome. That's obviously a really hard feeling to shake, and especially because I've clearly identified an objective that I want to do, which is to gain more horses. You know, I can do the Horsebreaker ritual, but that costs goods which I also don't have. Or I can do what my opponents seem to have been doing to take my horses from me, which is raid, and when my successful raids still result in me not getting horses, there's sort of a feeling of like, what did I do? And I have a feeling that if I spend some time sort of kicking the game around a little bit, divesting myself of my ignorance, I will probably be able to engage it on my own terms, rather than like go... I mean, the thing is, like, we obviously live in the age of Wikipedia, so I can clearly just go and find how somebody else plays the game, but that's not the point. The point is to say, okay, the developer intended me to have a certain experience, and I have a feeling that at least part of that experience is try things and see how they go. And so the one drawback about limiting games to streams is that if I don't, like, obviously each game that I play, I can maybe do at most once a week. And so that's not a really good way to learn the details in terms of stuff like rating and whatnot. The big challenge, of course, is that whenever I say something like, I'm not quite sure how this works, this sometimes gets taken as an invitation to like, oh, well, I'm now going to tell you everything. Hey, you idiot, you need to do this. And that's actually not quite the right method either, because obviously not... Like, I don't really think games are designed with the idea that you've got some guy behind you telling you what to do. Like, I'd much rather play the game than be somebody's an implementation of somebody else's algorithm for playing the game, so. But let's see what this story event is. A delegation of Rams requests parley at your border. These are not local rams, but traders from a kingdom to the south known as Vistanes. Although distinctions between different Orlanth-worshipping peoples mean little to you, you do know that their reputation as great warriors and you do know their reputation as great warriors and magicians. They've come from their homeland, hoping to trade for treasures. Their emissary offers goods worth 60 cows for any treasure you own. Let's say I want more than 60 cows for a treasure. Let's see what we can do. Said that their offer was already generous and they had not come here to haggle. Then we will decline. They accepted this and departed. A stake perimeter would help us defend against riders and wheels. We should build one once we have enough goods. Yeah, that's quite the condition there. So it is dark season, so let's find something for me to do. I suppose one of the drawbacks here is that because I don't want to give up resources, yeah, so I would normally want to explore here, but I can't really, seeing at... Oh, we can start another venture. Let's share exploration. Let other clans know about your recent exploration. We visited a number of clans in the valley over several weeks. They listened to our stories, but didn't seem to pay much attention. And Ardivis said that we weren't the only ones exploring, but we should keep trying. Alright, well there was this guy who always kept saying we should share the the details. Again, I'm trying to find things to do that don't involve me spending thing. Like if I can get rid of goats, so much the better. Okay, let's get a quick look at the map and see who is... Well, all of them are going to cross rivers. Let's try Blackspear if we haven't visited them yet. Oh, actually it's storm season, so I can do raids if I feel up to it. This time we'll bring 50. 18 swords and 50 bows are facing 12 charioteers and 54 footmen. Alright, so that's a little more even. We'll go with skirmish. Tor Ashday set aside a reserve force as we showered them with arrows. So again, we'll skirmish. The Tor Ashday advanced through a steady arrow fire. Let's seize an opportunity for vengeance. Last time you and the Tor Ashday fought, they killed Heston. His kin among the Aktot spot the warrior who is responsible. What do? Try to kill him. Without delay, Heston's kin rushed him. Alas, the Tor Ashday warrior proved his skill at arms, felling 2 of the Akkots. Let's try fight clever. As you fight the Tor Ashday, you hear a din from the other side of the battlefield. A group of warriors from the Jade Colt clan rides towards your foes, swords and bows poised to attack them. The 2 clans are neighbors, not good ones. From the looks of it, the Jade Colts must have seen you headed there, mustered, and gone around the other way to flank the Tor Ashday. Endaro recalls glimpsing a scouting party. That must have been them. What action does Endaro command? Let's try and outdo them again. We struck the Tor Ashday hard, but not as hard as we did. So let's do take risks to win. Every goddamn time. They attacked wildly, swift chariots driving us back. The battle began to swing their way, and Darrow said that this would be a tough battle. Let's fight cautiously. There we go. We fought ferociously, but we still pushed them back. They could not continue to fight with so few warriors. Alright. Finally. It was a terrific fight. Our battle magic dazzled them. We drove the Tor Ashday from the battlefield and were able to plunder their lands. We captured 16 cows and 10 horses. We seized the helm of Elmal. Using healing magic, our auxiliaries kept 4 warriors from dying and healed 6 of the wounded. What reward do you offer the Jade Colts as thanks for their crucial intervention? Consider this a favor. No, actually, nothing. Without quite saying so, they made it clear they expected a reward from us, even though we had not asked them to fight for us. We need the help of the gods to ensure people are fed. We do have plenty of food for now, but that won't last if we don't take action. We'll probably eat more than we could produce during the coming year. We could ask for blessed barley from Pella. And we're being raided by the Dar Shame. There are 8 chariots with another 108 on foot. And yeah, so we'll do... Let's try conciliation. Yeah, none of it. So let's start with the skirmish. We tried to hold off the Dar Shame off with arrows, but they managed to use the terrain to outflank us. Let Kaldurka have her day. Let's fight the boastful warrior in the scythe-bladed chariot. There was a quick flurry of blows, then the charioteer noble fell. Kaldurka raised her blade in thanks to Ozra and rode back to our ranks. Let's go all in and take risks to win. Endaro notices a weapon dropped by a fallen warrior and senses that it holds great magical power. How does he react? Fight his way to it. He dealt hard blows to those who stood in the way. He snatched up the weapon, later identified as the Shargash Slasher, whose properties were a sword that once slew a demonic hero, increases the chance of victory when raided by Alkothi. So here, let's try for the clever. That didn't work. They pressed their attack, shaking our morale with their resolve. The battle began to swing their way, and Darrow said that it was hard to tell if their leader was as capable. Let's go for the risks. Yeah, we lost. There was a terrific fight. Our combat magic defeated theirs, but they fought as if this didn't matter. We were driven from the battlefield, and the Dar Shame made off with 22 cows and 15 horses. I have no idea why they're able to take so much more than I can. They took 7 cows worth of loot. Would have been worse without our fortifications. With the careful attention, our auxiliaries kept 1 warrior from dying and bandaged 3 of the wounded. Your clan's shamans inform you that it's an auspicious time to contact new spirits. A procession of great spirits flows across the land now. They are too large to swear to stay here, but we can perform a rite to gain a major spirit blessing. It will tax our ability to reach other spirits later, but it will be worth it. Which spirit do you have them contact? So, a bee spirit to sweeten sour hearts, a bull spirit to help you stick with tradition, a light spirit to win others' trust, a snake spirit granting powers of change, and an eagle spirit granting courage, or none. Yandere showed us the first spirits. Their first task was to win our trust. Eagle spirit powers can strengthen our resolves against whooping raids. If the people are too resistant to change, we can use the snake spirit to bring them along. Sorry, I missed a little bit of the chat going on here. Again, just my peripheral vision isn't what it needs to be, so it's talking about the yearly magic on the war. Oh, I see what you mean there. Yes, that almost certainly contributes. But yeah, and Electronic Puppets gets it. So this is the big thing. Like, it's actually really neat to be given this big, expansive world that is very clearly thought through. So there's a really enjoyable element of kind of peeling away all of the details in terms of the game. But I think to Electronic Puppets' points, like, the thing is that if I sit down... So actually, here's a decent example that I can take from a game that I generally quite like. Hearts of Iron 4 it's a really interesting game in the sense that the production, the ability to make the tools of war and to gain those resources and maintain them and use them effectively is as important as the battle elements. And so the one problem with that is that if you play the game, if you start the game in 1936 and you build what you think is a really good army for a specific goal, and you turn out to be totally wrong, you have spent potentially hours finding out the wrong way to do things. And to me, the challenge on that is that that's a really long time to ask someone to, because the game is great because it gives you lots of flexibility. You can really do anything you want inside of it. But it's a lot to ask someone to spend several hours to find out what they were doing was never going to work in the first place. So Hearts of Iron is actually an example where I sit down and I will take, for instance, somebody's division templates, and I'll be like, okay, so I'm going to use these division templates as a starting place. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a path that gets me towards that division template. I'm going to try and prosecute the war with that. And at that point I can say, well, it could be that everybody's an idiot and that this is a really bad template, but chances are I wasn't able to find something that aligns with that. And as a result, what happens is I get to learn the production aspects of the game, and I get to learn the battle aspects of the game quite well. And the division design is something that I've left to somebody else. So I think that's a really good way of sort of, as you say, taking a page out of someone's book. And then there is the, oh, you need to do X. It's like, oh, okay, well, thanks. I guess I'm not playing the game anymore. And I think the difficulty is that we've lost the ability to distinguish one from the other. So like a good example in this case would be if I could just sort of sit down and piece out why I seem... Here are the main things that I seem to be running into with combat. Numbers seem to matter when I'm defending, but not when I'm attacking. Actions that have been listed as ones that make me more inclined towards victory do not actually seem to have a meaningfully higher probability of achieving success. And there's very clearly a system in place to do things. And I seem to have found sort of the quote-unquote right answers to a few actions. So if I want to take out enemies, sending my champion in to whack them with a sword a few times is a really good way of handling it. But when it comes to sort of the strategies writ large, it seems like a completely random choice with a weighting against me. And then, of course, on top of that is I don't quite understand why the quantities are different. I think I said that before. So again, if I get a chance to sort of like try a few, if I can control certain factors and I can try over and over again, I'll have a better idea of what's going on. But it's definitely a little arcane for me right now, and it's getting to one of these points where it's sort of like, well, I know I need more horses, and the only way I seem to be reliably getting horses is through raids, except that it's not really reliably getting horses. So, and that one's a little harder to deal with, because again, at that point it just seems to be that either I'm signing on to playing someone else's way of playing the game, or I'm sort of stuck without a, I'm gonna have to bang my head against the wall a few times and feel like I'm a little lost. But it's fine. Your clan's shamans inform you that there is an we did this. So light spirit to win the trust. Spirits don't ask for your cows or goods. We need to courage against the trolls, or seeking this blessing now will make it harder to perform divinations later. Let's do a bee spirit. Shaman's drum, the spirit bees buzzed all around us. Now, the one thing I tend to notice is that the when it comes to spirits, I don't actually seem to be able to use them. I think I am going to try another raid, but I'm going to take a minute with the map and see if I can figure out feuding clans are shown in red, allied clans are shown in blue. Okay. Darshama, beadwork, they hate us. They fear us. Okay, we'll try and do an even division here with the bows. That's still going to leave us short, though. Yeah, we're spotted by the Paralun patrols, and our 15 swords and 39 bows are facing 15 charioteers and 105 footmen. So we'll try plunder. Let's parley. The Paraluni stop their advance to receive our herald. The Paraluni have agreed to a short parley. So demand tribute. If they agree to a terms, you will not attack them for a year. They laughed at our demand. I don't blame them, frankly. We exchanged missile file with the Paraluni. We got the worst of the deal. Continue to skirmish. We followed the Paraluni as they performed some sort of ritual. Magical flames appeared on the wheels of their chariots. We are now out of arrows. Let's do Battle Glow. As our priests completed the ritual, our warriors felt a warm glow, as if they had drunk deeply of kumis, but focused on victory. As our magicians completed their rituals, our warriors grew more and more uneasy as the Paralun war bells. Let's advance. Both sides advanced. Let's take advantage of an opportunity. Darrow and the fighters closest to him have managed to isolate a large group of Paraluni and have a good chance of killing all of them. Unfortunately, the enemy are in a defensive position. What does he do? Attack them. Paraluni cried out for mercy, but Darrow took out many of them. Let's do Clever, and we got our asses kicked. We were thrown into disarray by their risky attacks. Their choice of tactics helped put an end to this fight. So, yeah. A brief but bloody battle. We were driven from the battlefield due to their prompt healing. Our auxiliaries kept 4 warriors from dying and healed 4 of the wounded. I'm like, at this point, I'm just like, whatever. So I'm going to guess if I take risks to win, I'm going to lose. Hey, what do you know? It's only something that the video game can use against me. Fought cleverly and were able to get... They did the exact same thing. This is amazing. This is incredible. So I did the exact... This is the exact same thing that lost me the battle. I did clever versus risk. Oh my god. Whatever. Jarnak died of old age. His last words were to bless his family and curse the rams. The clan will miss his aptitude for magic. We could not afford to make proper sacrifices to Busanari, and our shrine has fallen into disrepair. Currently maintaining our shrines and temples takes 7 cows and 14 cows worth of goods this year. Last year, 16 babies were born. We initiated 14 children as adults. The clan has 49 fewer people, 11 more head of cattle, and 11 fewer horses than we did last sacred time. Our crafters produced 30 cows worth of goods. Our market made a profit of 41 cows worth of goods. Maintaining our shrines and temple took 7 cows and goods worth 14 cows. The priestesses said that the little son had raided Uridia's pastures. Our gods were busy dealing with this. There was no telling how long that would take. We were known for finding secrets Halar left before he died. We also don't have a lot of magic. I think in this case we'll just stick with pastures. The Darshama clan has enriched itself considerably as of late. The king of the Northern Wheels employs their famous beadworkers to enhance his cloak and tunic. Now nobles of the Nazatlan court also covet their beads, paying much more than they're worth. Okay. First of all, what is this? It's early sea season. Okay, so... what's my wealth at? This is the other thing I don't get, is that the number of goods does not seem to correspond to doesn't correspond to what I see in that main screen. Okay, let's go to Jade Colt and we will sell them treasure for... oh, I can't do that. Food for horses, maybe? All right. Can't do trading, can't do anything is the lesson I've learned. Worthies of the Orvisi clan ask you to deliver a message to the Four Drums. They want you to remind the Four Drum leaders that they have suffered many slights at their hands. If the Four Drums do not conciliate with them, they will declare a feud. They may be a different people, but even they will understand what a feud is. As messengers, you will receive 20 cows as payment. Customarily, messengers give 5 of these cows to the recipient to remind them that you have no quarrel with them. This looks like a simple matter, but presents more risk than reward. I'm not sure about this. Sending messengers reduces the chances of emissaries being attacked instead of granted hospitality. Turning down the gift will earn us esteem, but we'll have to pay the 5 cows to the Four Drums. The clan will be unhappy if this goes wrong, but won't care if it goes right. Feel sorry for them. And when Zenogard East Clan had a warning... okay, so my council is advising against it, but again, I need resources, so I'm going to accept. And hopefully Yandala will help with the diplomacy. Yes. Four Drums thanked us for conveying the message. Their chieftain said that we should tell the Orvisi that they looked forward to feuding with them. They would be ground into the dust of their furious onslaught. Does Yandala soften the message when delivering it to the Orvisi? No. We went to the Orvisi to tell them what the Four Drum chieftain had said in its full harshness. Do you take a gift? Yes. No, I thought as in receive a gift. The Orvisi thanked us for faithfully discharging our messenger duties, and apparently I lost 10 herds instead of 5. What? Let's recruit clan members. Endaro managed to convince 10 people to pack up and move. They brought with them 5 children. One of your clan members, Yadakan of the Akot family, brings an honor belt festooned in gold plaques to show the council. He spotted bandits prowling the family pastures and scared them off. They must have dropped the belt while fleeing. Your traders recognize designs belong to the Zarhawk clan. The plaques are worth around 20 cows, more than most such belts. Judging from that, it probably belongs to a senior noble. So, since the rekindling generation, Zarhawks have been generous. All must share in the bounty. Gold is in short supply. All of us could use a share. Good trade breeds better ones in the future. All clan wealth ultimately belongs with the clan and will stay within the clan. That doesn't stop families from caring about who gets what. Their family has all the luck, but that must be honored like any divine gift. And returning it without expectation of reward will reap the greatest diplomatic benefit. We'll let them keep the belt. Everyone praised the council for following tradition, though we could tell they envied the Akot family, who always seemed to attract more of their share of good fortune. Hello, Oswald the Lucky. So at some point I would like to try and heal my people, but... I guess in this case I'll... Although Tarantak and his party searched for many days and nights, they did not see any bandits, but they were attacked from ambush. Tarantak took an arrow wound. Word spreads through the valley that the three priestesses of the Orvisi clan have been manifesting immense divine power. The Rams claim these sisters, widely separated in age, as daughters of Vinkot. This probably means that they are descended from their people's founding god, Vinkot, through several generations between them and that demigod. They visited us for asking for gifts from Redalda, the daughter of the youngest, apparently since they have gained in power. So, gods of trouble spirits are manageable. Their claims to divine blood are surely manufactured. Gods walk the world. You or I could meet them, but more often we become gods by allowing their power to mantle us. Well, I'm glad, Oswald the Lucky. I've been struggling a little bit with it, but I'm glad that you're discovering this. So, have you heard of 6 Ages before? This is something that Kitfox actually gave me a key for, to do exactly this, to get people in touch with the with the new game. This is a sequel to a game called King of Dragon Pass, which I've not actually played. So I'm probably lacking a little bit of familiarity that other people might have, but this is... the only thing I'll say is, based on my reactions to the combat, this does require a little bit of patience, I think. Or at the very least, maybe I needed to have read a little bit more. But in it, there's... I think one of the things that I kind of like about it, and again, the references for this world probably are not... Like, the comparison that I'm making is really just more of a reflection of my own reading rather than the actual inspirations for this game. But in many ways, the world is kind of like... Oh, yeah. No, this is totally up your alley then. What I could sort of say is this is a little bit like if you were one of the leaders in the Iliad. So gods are real. They influence outcomes. The thing about the Iliad, of course, is that it's about the siege of Troy. So the behavior is located in one spot. I mean, there's like references to events that occur, later on. But by and large, it's sort of isolated to the siege of Troy. But you take that idea. So you have all of these different tribes with varying degrees of allegiance, and again, magic and the divine are very real things that can be appealed to have effects in terms of in terms of the world. And so your job as sort of the clan leader is to steer the ship, do not basically what I'm not doing, which is let the wheels fall off. Although you're a horse riding people, so you don't have wheels. But yeah, there's a big management component, but it's obviously the management is sort of the stuff that happens in between the story bits, and a lot of the story bits tend to be things that happen in the world. And it does actually seem to be that as time passes, it seems to be that there are things that are happening in the world that are affecting the events that I'm getting. So for instance, these Rams people, I think, didn't show up in my last playthrough, but it's clear that there's a migration happening and that I'm running into them more often. So It's an interesting one. Again, it's a fairly new release. Actually, sorry, I should have checked this before. I'm gonna just tab out of the game real quick. Let me see. Where are you? The game is currently 15% off in the Steam sale, so it's also a good chance to pick it up at a decent price. Actually, there's got a much better description of it. Life between myths. Lead your clan into legend or obscurity. Guess which one I'm heading to. Six Ages Ride Like the Wind is a storybook strategy game immersing you in a land of old gods and magic. Hundreds of small encounters build into an epic, multi-generational tale of survival and interclan alliances. Six Ages is the spiritual successor to the acclaimed King of Dragon Pass, taking place thousands of years earlier in the same shared world of Glorantha. Part role-playing, part resource management, you'll always be making decisions with long-term consequences for you and your clan. Features: design your own clan, visit the gods, become respected, raid your neighbors' cows. Over 400 interactive story scenes with deep simulation systems driving their appearance and outcomes. Multiple difficulty levels and the option for iron-willed players to limit reloading. Gorgeous hand-painted high-resolution illustrations. The same world as the King of Dragon Pass, but a new clan, the Riders, with their own myths and four times more world to explore. Discover, appease, and make deals with spirits in your territory. And then there's a whole bunch. It says, looking for even more info, read the manual. And I definitely need to do that. But there's probably a better sales pitch than I can give. This is the one challenge, is that I want to be honest in terms of the things that are frustrating me about the game. But I don't want that to be a turn-off, because I actually think that this is a game that a lot of people will really enjoy. So I am inclined to go with the council on this one, and oh, actually, rally fellow Hailering clans to vigilance against... Yeah, actually, I want to take this opportunity to... Our people remain mired in complacency. They said the Rams were incarnating the divine, but this did not mean... But this did not mean that they meant to do anything bad to us. Yandala said winning clans over in small ways might help us when trying to sway them as a whole. So we're getting mocked a lot. Our patrol spotted a herd raid by the Ar Terame. They have 3 chariots with another 7 on foot. We met them with 6 swords and 8 bows, and Daro was pleased that we outnumbered them. Still, anything could happen. So let's drive them off. Start with skirmish. The Ar Terame, our advance was on us with only light casualties. Let's go full berserk. They tried to press the attack, but could not match our berserk frenzy. It was soon over. There was a brief battle. Their combat magic overcame ours, but we fought harder to make up for it. We drove the Ar Terame off, and their survivors left without plundering us. Looks like we lost some folks, though. Alright, it's fire season, which means raids are happening. I think in this case, I am going to do a sacrifice to Irissa for healing. Wandering trolls have uprooted and eaten your Yarm tree. Yarm trees, sacred gifts from the solar gods, yield several different fruits. Losing your Yarm tree is a disgrace, inviting mockery from your fellow raiders. To grow a new one, you must acquire a cutting from a living Yarm and graft it onto the roots of an ordinary fruit tree. Hunt for and attack the trolls. Who tracks them to their lair? So it's directing me to food. That's a little odd. In this case, I'm going to send in Daro, who is renowned on food, but also combat. I'm going to take large numbers. And who leads the fight if you find them? Yatakan. Daro found the trolls. Oh, god damn it. found the trolls prowling through the creek. We attacked them. They responded fiercely, tearing through us and our horses too. 1 warrior was slain and 6 were wounded. We lost 5 horses. All losses, all losses. All right, in this case, it's harvest time, so we're gonna wait. Is this the publisher behind Dwarf Fortress? It is Oswald the Lucky. They also did that Fit for a King game, which incidentally was a very inexpensive one. Let me just take a minute and tell you all the stuff that's available from Kitfox, because there's quite a few on sale. The Shrouded Isle is 55% off, so it's about $5 Canadian. Moon Hunters is a mere $3 Canadian. I thought they had more. Huh. And then I know, so they're going to be publishing Dwarf Fortress, and then they are going to be publishing Mondo Museum, and what was the other one? Boyfriend Dungeon. Your patrols intercept 5 members of the Arrowstone clan on your lands with 5 stolen horses. Unlike honest raiders who take livestock openly by force of arms, these rustlers stole the horses by stealth. At first you assume that the horses are yours, but when you check the brands you see they were taken from the Four Drum clan. Amal said, to steal a horse under the sun's gaze is glorious, to steal one under cover of night is lowly. The Four Drums are tougher than the Arrowstones. The Four Drums should have been more watchful. We could get a ransom of 5 cows for each of them. The horses don't belong to them, and they are on our land. We can argue that they are now our rightful property. Most feuds start because of a horse theft, and their clan is allied with us. Let them continue. No one questioned the council's decision. Only because they're allies. Okay, let's try healing again. Marissa healed 15 of our wounded. And it's dark season, so there's not a heck of a lot I can do here, but maybe we'll do another exploration. Tarnok's exploration mission to the north is confronted by a group of coarse-looking outlaws. His forces are slightly outnumbered. What should Tartanak do? Kill as many outlaws as possible. The outlaws were better bluffers than fighters. Tartanak chopped down several and his escort scattered the rest. The party continued their mission. Emissaries from the Four Drum clan come bearing a message from the Sunbows. The Sunbow clan has suffered the Green Eye Curse. They performed a divination, and the spirits blamed you. We tried to tell them that spirits sometimes lie and would never do this. You would never do this. They still hired us to deliver demand for redress. The messengers give you the customary portion of their delivery gift to remind you that it is not them saying this. Conduct a divination to learn the truth, and we will call on spirits. The spirits whispered that the Flameslingers were the guilty clan. Send the Four Drums to tell them that the Flamesingers did it. What do you give the Sunbows to show your good faith? I guess it's the customary 5 cows. We'll give them an extra 6. Messengers departed. When they returned, they told us that they still did not believe us. The Sunbows spread word not only of our use of curses, but the slanderous attempt to shift blame to them. So they have a lot of hatred and a lot of mockery of me now. So, this time I'm just going to do herd raids. We managed to keep under cover until the last moment to make off with 22 cows without being spotted. Oh, that was a good one. While we were exploring to the north, I saw Haler's mark high on an ancient tree. One of my women climbed up and cut out an arrowhead. The priests agree with me that it is probably shot into the tree by Halor. They say that it will give us luck in battle, at least for a while. Alright, and that is my ruler who's died. Indiga died of old age. She did not seem at all surprised. Our farmers and herders will miss her advice. Ritual magic will make it easy. Okay, so last year 18 babies were born. We initiated 15 children as adults. The clan has 2 more people, 58 more head of cattle, and 14 fewer horses than we did last sacred time. Our crafters produced 21 cows worth of goods. Our market made a profit of 42 cows worth of goods. Maintaining our shrines and temples took 5 cows of goods and worth 10 cows. We have less magic because the gods are clashing. This could be a good year for trading missions, and we are known for finding secrets Halor left before he died. So, this is normally where I would wrap it up because we're almost at the 4-hour mark and it's getting close to midnight. I have a train to catch in the morning, and obviously my eyes are not really all that better. Let's say we'll go for diplomacy, crafts. I'm going to say pastures on the hope that we were able to get something related to horses. A priest from the Grey Wing clan related a partly remembered story about elves that tended the gardens of the Celestial Court and planted the first yarm tree. Interesting if true, but not very useful. The party we sent to explore the northeast a year ago has not returned. Kaldurka and her party must be presumed dead. Exploration would be safer if we had a shrine to Zarlin or sacrificed for his Pathfinder blessing. Alright. New chief time. I'm assuming the leader, like we need a proper leader for the top role. So congratulations, Endaro, you've now been promoted. I think Endaro was my combat focus, so Enardivus is top bargaining. Yatakan is top combat, so I suppose he would be replacing... He's going to be my first choice. Okay, diplomacy good. Food. We don't have a good food representative on the council. Already got a good leader. Got someone representing lore. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure that each of the disciplines I want has a spot on the council. So the tough call here is that... So while they worship Irissa, which I want, I do need some... Okay, so let's see what we're dealing with here. So we've got Ahot, Erkent, Nordon, Parnt. Okay, we've got 2 from Parnt, which I may want to change, and 2 from Turrent. Okay, actually I may need to change this around. So both are excellent in terms of magic. Let me just double check that I've got these here. So good combat. So this is supposed to be my top diplomat. Yes. Okay, so that's what we're lacking. We're lacking a good diplomat, and we don't have a very deep bench. So, do I have a better lore master? Not really. So I guess our diplomatic efforts just suffer. We had other family double-ups. That may be so. Is every family represented, though? The DeSano family is not. So Ernost is disgraced. I'm not bringing him back on. So she is renowned at So now I'm back to trying to find a vacancy for the Zarant family. So I suppose now the question is, between these two torrents, so good bargaining, excellent fair, very good renowned. Absolutely nothing for lore. So she's out, she's in. Reports from traders say that Sunbow clan considers themselves to be feuding with us and will be striking at us soon. Alright. Do I have an affiliate link? I'd buy the game. Electronic Puppets, thank you for asking that, but in the case, I do have an affiliate link. You can usually find those down below the stream, so I have a Humble affiliate as well as an Epic affiliate or support a creator one, but Six Ages is only available on Steam. So while I really appreciate you saying that, I think you should just pick up the game if it's at a price that's good for you. And I'm happy to know that that it had the intended effect. Again, it's worth remembering here that I got this key from Kitfox, and one of the major reasons why I did it on release, I was really swamped with games, and but their community manager, Victoria, is incredibly nice. It's a very pleasant individual on to interact with, over email and on Twitter and whatnot. She also had a really interesting blog on marketing not too long ago. So in this case here, like, we're in a nice spot now where even small creators tend to get a lot of keys from developers. But I'm also still kind of used to hearing like no for interesting stuff. So one of the things that's been really nice is that, like, the people that I have met doing these Kitfox games, and just generally kind of the tone and the interactions that I've had with Kitfox's community manager, are actually a big edge in terms of me wanting to do this kind of material. And so again, like, one, there's the personal reward of connecting people with games that they find really interesting. And I love it when people say, yeah, I want to buy this. Even if they don't use the affiliate link, that's fine, because it's, there's the reward of knowing that somebody's found their new favorite game through doing the streaming stuff. But on top of that, it's a little reassurance to me that I'm not actually wasting these companies' time. Because I'm really grateful that I got Six Ages, but the fact of the matter is I haven't streamed it nearly as much as I thought I was going to be able to. And part of this is because, Paradox has just been releasing a ton of stuff, and I know that Paradox tends to be the main thing that people kind of expect from me. So it's really nice to know that that there's still a taste for Six Ages, and I'm going to do my best to get a little bit better on it. Would you recommend picking up King of Dragon Pass for cheaper first to see if you'd like this type of game? That's a really good question, Oswald the Lucky, and I think if anybody in chat is familiar with King of Dragon Pass, they may be able to answer that better for me. So there's two cautions I'll give you, Oswald the Lucky. King of Dragon Pass was actually ignored on Steam originally, and it kind of had its rebirth as an iOS game. Now, when I tried to play it, it wouldn't work on my PC. It just wouldn't load, and then it would load on my Mac, and now I don't know if it loads on my Mac because I don't know if it's 64-bit. So double check the compatibility first. This might have been a unique thing to me. And then, of course, number two is that this game is going to reflect the more modern takes on the game, like the more modern design. So it may be that there's things that have been added in here that aren't in King of Dragon Pass that will make it a very different experience. Incidentally, King of Dragon Pass is available through that Humble link. So if you want the Humble link, let me know. But there's no pressure on that. I just wanted to get the division out. I actually can't answer that question for you, Oswald, because I have not played any meaningful amount of King of Dragon Pass. Like, I verified that it opened on my Mac, and that was about it. So, I'll just do a quick Google search, because I know I'm going to be getting close to the end of the game anyway. There's a question. So first thing to come up is from an website called appleviz.com. And it is the forum question: should I get 6 Ages or King of Dragon Pass? Should I get 6 Ages or King of Dragon Pass? They're both $10, so I have to choose wisely. Which one is better? I've heard good things about both of them. The number one answer is both are accessible and both are difficult and challenging. I have King of Dragon Pass, but heard that 6 Ages is even more complex. Honestly, I regret my purchase because I feel that those games cater only to the best of strategists. I haven't won a single game ever since I bought it in 2013. I like playing games I can eventually beat, but to each their own. They're spelt T-H-E-R-E. Apparently 6 Ages are better from what I heard. All right. Is there anything a little more? Man, there's a lot of people on this forum asking. Okay, this one might be more interesting for you. So, 6 Ages in comparison to King of Dragon Pass, submitted by Melodic Fate on 29th of October. Hi, everyone. As a KODP fan, I've been looking into 6 Ages lately. I was wondering if anyone who has played both of these games finds one better than the other. I know that 6 Ages has a newly designed map, but I had no problem with KODP's map. I don't see that as any reason to buy 6 Ages. Are there other enhancements with voiceover? Is the game somehow more intricate? Basically, what am I missing by not having 6 Ages? Number one reply, 6 Ages isn't really an upgrade. It's a new game on the KODP model. You don't play the Orlanthi, you play the horse people that are sometimes referenced in KODP. They have a different culture, and like you, have to learn the ins and outs of the culture. Like you have to learn the ins and outs of the culture in KODP, including the gods and the legends. You do that with 6 Ages. Don't get it if you want more features. There are a few things along those lines, but that's really not the draw. It's just a new game in that mode. So it seems to be that people are saying it's basically a familiar format in a different setup. Some other people are saying, is it an update and optimization of King of Dragon Pass with a different story? The other one here says it's a spiritual successor, similar gameplay. So it's and then Reddit says, I think 6 Ages might be better than KODP, but I don't really have. The thing is, I have a feel. So there's two things that I'm getting out of this, which is that it's definitely a similar game system, and it definitely seems to be that everybody's kind of giving the "it depends on your taste" kind of answer, which I realize is not helpful to you. So, democracy is definitely a neat one. I'm actually curious, do either of you guys like Twilight Struggle? I think that's an interesting, debatably political. I think it would sort of count, but I'm curious what you guys think of that one if you've tried it. Women clan rushed the village in a panic. Their children, out guarding the pastures as is their duty, have disappeared. One of them saw a ragtag band of outlaws, some on horses, some not, making off with the children. From their motley garb, these bandits looked like former raiders in wheels, joined by a ram or two. Shimmering magic aided their departure, suggesting that an ex-Elmali among them have turned to worship of Yatelo, renegade god of hunger and banditry. 9 children remain unaccounted for. So the parents want their children back. We must not waste time bringing in other clans. Yatelo bled from Yelm's veins when he was murdered, incarnating as a mad thing of greed and hunger. Normally I say that we should be free with our wealth, but giving it to bandits will win us no glory. If the bandits intend ransom... By the way, guys, one of the other things that I should explain here is that these counselors give... Like, each of them have their own personality, so the advice you get from them is not the game telling you what to do. It is the model of this person who has a family as well as a god that they worship. This is actually probably something that I haven't made explicit enough that might make the difference in terms of the purchase for you guys. This whole political system here is these people advocating for their interests as well as the interests of the clan. And a couple of you were probably in here when you saw that there was a member of the family that was like, no, we want to keep the belt. That comes up quite a bit. So if the bandits intend ransom, they will bargain honestly. If they mean to sell the children as slaves, they will make no such demand. It is for just this sort of trouble that we keep raven shamans around. We should have already gained alliances against bandits, and bandits are becoming more of a problem these days. So I'm slightly inclined for save them with trickster magic, or send Illyria to save them with Anila's magic against... you know what? So Ernost is disgraced, so we'll send Elara to save them. She could not find them. Illyria said that it was a bad time to fight bandits. The solar fragment of the hungry sun has revealed itself in the sky. Alright guys, I'm at the 4-hour mark, so I know it's a little disappointing for me to end mid-playthrough, so here's a couple things that I'm going to do. Oh, first of all, credit where credit is due. Unfortunately, it's kind of long. There should be a save option. Maybe it's if I go back to the main menu. Yeah, I get to do resume. So, a couple of things to keep in mind about this game. So, let's, intro... I guess it is under controls that I get the... Huh. So yeah, the only way I can get the credits are inside the game. I'm sorry, I should have made that a little more explicit. So a couple things to keep in mind about Six Ages, which, if you're doing price comparisons, this is one thing I'm quite excited about for this. So obviously there's a tutorial to the game. I've probably forgotten a little too much out of that tutorial. But Ride Like the Wind is currently what we're playing here. I was very intrigued by these next two here. So lights going out. Can you survive when the world is broken and the gods are dead and the world reborn? Rebuild a shattered land and bring a glorious new dawn to the world. So it seems like this is a really big story which will then be built on top of with these other two adventures. I don't know if this is supposed to be like a DLC thing or this is just sort of planned future releases. Actually, let's just take a minute here and see if the Steam page says anything about it. Where are you? I bet if I go under the discussion forums, it will say what the future plans are. Yeah, there's a couple of like combat has me utterly baffled comments. I just want to see if I can find anything about lights going out. So 6 Ages lights going out. Okay, although it's a bit of a gamble, I've begun working on the second game in the Six Ages series, Lights Going Out. This will continue your clan generations later as chaos invades. Development is moving on 3 fronts. Robin Laws and I have been mapping out... This is David. I don't know their last name. This is the development blog. Robin Laws and I have been mapping out the overall story and have made a list of over 150 possible scenes to support it. A small art team is working up concept art for your clan, which has changed over the years, and several new cultures you may encounter, and I've started coding to make sure that the game saved from Ride Like the Wind can indeed be opened and continued. This is basically all pre-production. There's no formal schedule yet, although given the scope of the game, it will surely take at least a year of solid production work. But it looks like things on all 3 fronts will work, so I recommend that if you've completed Ride Like the Wind, you keep at least 1 game so you can write the next chapter of your clan saga. P.S. This work is not impacting the schedule to bring Ride Like the Wind to more platforms. You do not need to have a separate. You do not need to have You don't need to have a save to play Chapter 2, it seems, as well. I do not know if it is I don't know if it's like an extra purchase or if it's just an extension to the existing game, though. So, oh, sweet. I think Moon Hunters might have. Just 1 second here. Shameful. Moon Hunters does not have a discount on Humble, so you guys should get all your deals on Steam unless the fall sale and Humble has it going, but doesn't look like there's too much overlap between the two. Oh well, I mean, it's important that you guys support the games that you're interested in, not necessarily having to worry about the individual like the affiliate stuff is nice, but I don't think, like, obviously the way to support a streamer is just to give them money directly. Like buying through an affiliate link is nice if it's the same amount, but if you're spending more money for using an affiliate link, that doesn't seem right. So but yeah, anyways, I am fascinated by this game. I'm really looking forward to understanding it a little bit better. Oh no, don't delete that. Oh, this is interesting. I wonder if I can start a new game and like it won't overwrite this one. I need to figure out whether or not I can have multiple saves. I'm going to try and find someone to host, but yeah, overall, obviously I'm very happy that Kitfox reached out and gave me a key for this, and I'm glad that I'm able to do this game a little bit more. Clearly, the combat was confusing to a point of becoming a little frustrating, but I think this is one of my drawbacks in terms of only playing on stream, which is where normally I would just bang my head against the wall and like fail and then eventually figure out how something works. I kind of have to do that in real time on a broadcast, and I don't get to iterate as often. So I know the game less than I think I would by just kind of failing and reloading or failing and restarting. So I'll see whether or not I'm able to have multiple saves and carry on with that. But overall, like, I really like this approach to the game. So a little bit like some of the people inside a chat right now, I like politically oriented games. I really like myth. So I love this idea of kind of being in a world that's very rich in terms of story and with all of these different sort of cultural practices that you need to figure out. Have I ever played Thea the Awakening or Thea 2? I've actually not even heard of either of them, but I'll do a quick search for them, Zenzi. Thank you for that recommendation. But yeah, just definitely the whole... So again, the council dynamics are really neat. The story sort of unfolding to you. There's a big note at the top of the discussion board saying... there are big story spoilers, so apparently there's going to be some wild twists and turns that this goes through. So just overall, like, it's a really satisfying time I've had a really satisfying time with this, and I hope if you guys do wind up picking up that you enjoy it, and you don't find the combat as sort of off-putting as I did tonight. I mean, it's also worth remembering, I mean, again, my eyes aren't all that better, so I'm probably going to be a little more cranky than I normally am anyway. And we'll figure it out. All right, let me just take a quick minute here and see who's streaming tonight. Sorry to kill the music again, but that's the way Twitch works. So we have got you know what? Cool Eagle is playing BattleTech. And unfortunately, I've not been able to play BattleTech because of my video card issues. So maybe one final word on that before I properly sign off for tonight. I've got one more Elder Scrolls episode in reserve. This was the one where I first started noticing the video card problems. So I might have a 1 week gap depending on how easy it is for me to record and whether or not I get my new video card on time. And assuming it's the video card that's the problem, but I'm like 99% sure that's what's going wrong. So the plan is to still do Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams, and on Tuesday, there will be a pre-recorded episode of The Elder Scrolls. Two things to keep in mind about that. One, the video card is probably due in December 6th, I would guess. And given the fact that when I am playing a given game at any given point, my screen can suddenly go white and my entire computer locks up. It didn't used to do that even as far as 5 days ago. So it is entirely possible that any day between now and getting a new video card, this thing is just going to finally fail, and I'm not going to be able to recover it. In that case, obviously, all bets are off. I do have two contingency plans in that eventuality. One is to stream from my laptop. The second is to stream from the console. This does restrict the games that I can play, though. 6 Ages would probably be something that I can play on a laptop. I don't know about some of my others, and it's not as... The laptop is quite old, and it's not designed for gaming, so we're talking more like FTL-style games rather than anything along those lines. Console, I'm really interested in doing that, but my console games are pretty limited. It's Red Dead Redemption and NHL and like Gears of War, and then whatever I can find. So between, let's say for the next week, there's a possibility that a stream will like just be canceled for seemingly no reason, and I'll announce that on Twitter. Obviously, if it's not the video card that's a problem, that also creates other problems. Games I know that are currently having problems with the video card: Stellaris, BattleTech Heavy Metal, Age of Wonders Planetfall seems to be okay. I did play a bit of Jedi Fallen Order, but I noticed the frame rates were starting to drop. Need for Speed Heat had some visual glitching, but I haven't done that on stream yet, so I don't think anybody's going to miss that. And I think that covers it for now. But then I guess also the Division 2 has been crashing a lot. Again, mostly stuff that I haven't. What about AoE? Age of Empires? I don't normally play Age of Empires, so I haven't tried it recently. Did I just do Raid Battletech? I'm an idiot. Anyways, so all of this is just a really long way of saying that I have a backup. I have a backup plan if my computer completely fails. But it's going to be a bit touch and go for the next little while in terms of the stuff that I regularly do. Looks like 6 Ages is fine though, so if nothing else, I can do that. It's not like 6 Ages is my last option. It's just that I know some people had some expectations about things like Darkest Dungeon and BattleTech and Age of Wonders and Stellaris, and a lot of the games that are my staples are things that I can't normally do on stream right now, and I've spent a lot of money to fix that. As for the rest of it, I am going to raid the Cool Eagle, who is currently playing BattleTech. I wish you all a good evening, and thank you all for sharing. Oh, Planetfall, Age of Wonders. You streamed that recently. Yes, Age of Wonders Planetfall does not seem to be affected by that. So Age of Wonders is still on the list. So it's all good, Electronic Puppet. That one's fine. For now, again, that hypothesis ends the second that my screen goes white and I can't do anything with my computer. So, but for now, Age of Wonders has not been affected by the video card problems. I thought BattleTech was fixed, but it doesn't seem that it is. Anyways, I don't want to lose too many more people. So the Cool Eagle has done some Kitfox games before, plays a lot of BattleTech. I'm going to leave you in his capable hands. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I'm going to be in Montreal for a day, and then I'm also probably going to just try and recover on Sunday when I'm back, and then we'll see where things are on Monday. So have a lovely evening, and we'll see you in Cool Eagle's stream.